I think that's an important point to make. Again, I'm not the biggest Trump fan, but there seems to be a lot of loose talk around that he's ignoring judicial orders, and I cannot think of one that he has ignored. If anybody has specifics, I'll happily take the correction. It occurred to me that was something that was important.
I don't think I've heard any of that loose talk here on this stage. It might be elsewhere. Thank you, Marshall.
Yes, elsewhere, not here.
Thank you. Meme.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, I think what we are witnessing is there's two important things I think to be aware of. One is the change in communication from mainstream media to X. X really is the source of all really accurate information at this point, in my opinion. Everything else is just propaganda. And you can see that essentially in the analysis of Doge and cutting out and stripping a lot of this waste, fraud, and abuse, but really a total restructuring of the government that we've never seen before. So it's very shocking for Americans to think, oh, why are we firing all these veterans who worked at the VA or working at the EPA? They were on probationary status, but now we're terminating them. The media coming out is a double-edged sword. I just really can't emphasize enough that the communication paradigm has shifted so dramatically, so quickly. And if Kamala would have won, you can rest assured that X would have been removed from the Google Play Store and from Apple. So Elon is like the wizard of Trump. He is doing a surgery and a mysticism as well. You can go to Adrian Dittman, his burner account on X, and you can see he's big into mysticism, into fate, into destiny. And God and Donald Trump also believes that he was spared to make America great again. And it was God that saved his life. So Trump has the opportunity to completely throw this really decrepit bus off of a cliff and bring out, some people might say it's a short bus, but either way, the point is we are going into an unprecedented journey with Trump and Elon Musk and his entire administration. We all know we have essentially screwed the pooch and spent $40 trillion. 25% of our GDP comes out of Washington, D.C., which is all just borrowed money. So the shift from this socialist economy and a state-run economy to a privately owned independent economy that hopefully emboldens entrepreneurs and brings back manufacturing and actual real products to this country, not just a service-based economy or an information tech-based economy, but a country that actually is investing in, real things as opposed to just the digital ether. So if you want to make America great again, all you have to do is go on X and really just follow the main accounts. I mean, go to Elon Musk. Elon Musk himself has 210 million followers. He is literally the state propaganda now, Elon Musk. So to me, analyzing the communication of what is happening is really the most delightful aspect of all the changes, because in many ways, there could be no changes without this new communication paradigm, which is X. I'm big on it. I love it. There's a lot of information on there that you will never get access to anywhere else. And this goes all the way back to as soon as Musk bought the platform. But with Kennedy in place, with the new NSA director, with getting rid of a lot of these generals, like America really is kind of back. And it's amazing how quick the transformation has come. And it's a lot of people on this app are responsible for that. A lot of Americans are responsible for this great change. And it is a well-needed change. Nobody can run their checking account like this. No one can run their personal finances like this. We have to be pragmatic and common sense. To know as a taxpayer where all this money has been going, whether it's out of this country or for all this history revisionism and DEI propaganda, it is so shameful and so shocking to the American taxpayer to think that you're working your ass off for these horrific special interests that are just ruthlessly making profits off of your tax dollars. I mean, I think we are essentially on a journey now of total transformation in this country to most likely a libertarian, very conservative Republican sentiment. I don't know if that's because Musk and Trump are both Germans, or because we know in our guts that instinctually and authentically real change and dramatic change is needed, because this is not the American dream. What we have been experiencing with Kamala and Joe Biden has been a disaster and a nightmare. And finally, we have leaders that have vision and faith, and they're optimistic. I mean, this is the change we truly needed in America. That's my opinion.
So, America is back. I didn't know it went anywhere. But okay. To your point about X being the new news media, and that's the only place to get accurate information, and that the mainstream media is all propaganda. Anybody can post anything they want on X. So obviously there are numerous perspectives, and there's not an editing process. It's just people breathlessly social media. So how that is the place to go for truth and the apple pie and the American way of life is beyond me.
Now, Gary, there's not an editing process, but there's an editorial function. And I mean, Elon Musk has labeled the term cisgender hate speech. So if you use the term cisgendered male or something, it gets labeled as hate speech on the platform.
Excuse me?
So, Elon Musk,
I had not known that.
yeah, Elon Musk controls, like what's called hate speech, what's considered hate speech on the platform. And one of the things that's been considered hate speech now on the platform is the term cisgender.
Well, I've never understood the term cisgender myself, but how that's hate speech, I don't know. So if I use the term cisgender, if I report on X that a certain municipality that has recognized cisgender no longer does, will their algorithm flag that as hate speech and shut me up, or be a strike against me or something like that?
That's what I understand. I had to look this up. I heard this reported the other day, that cisgender, he's saying it's heterophobic and that it's hate speech, and that was my understanding. Now I could be wrong, but my understanding was that it's considered hate speech on the platform.
So what you're suggesting is that if one disagrees with Musk's view of the world, because of course he's the richest man in the world, and so therefore he's the most brilliant and he knows what he's talking about. Okay, the other side of that argument is it's his platform. He could do whatever he wants with it, and that is absolutely true.
Yeah,
that the person will be censored, right?
Yeah, this is first reported by TechCrunch last week.
Aside from the fact that we can't trust, according to meme, TechCrunch, because it's, quote unquote, the media, I will just counter that by suggesting that TechCrunch is generally a very credible source in the field in which it covers. So I'm going to look that up.
They're saying that writing the word cis or cisgender in a post on the mobile app on X could lead to a full screen message. This post contains language that may be considered a slur by X and could be used in a harmful manner in violation of our rules.
Well, what a bunch of cis-e's at X. Thank you, Scott. Dominic, get it? That was kind of fun.
You're on fire today, Garrett. Shot out of the cannon like Trump at the State of the Union.
Dominic.
Hey, Gary.
I can't believe they kicked me. They kicked me?
I was also going to say, I was at first attracted to journalism by watching Superman and admiring Perry White. I don't know, Gary, if you remember him. And
Yeah, I always, when I became an editor, I wanted, and I still do, I expect everybody to call me Chief.
Yes, Chief, and Great Balls of Fire. So you reminded me of Perry White recently. I wanted to say that. Two things you did mention real quick, and I'll get to what you did mention. You didn't mention the threat that President Trump made to Hamas, warning them to free the hostages.
Right, because that's 24 hours old. So.
Oh, is that 24 hours old? Okay.
So in the context of Fast and Furious, that's ancient history. That's not news anymore.
Thanks for the Hindenburg report. Okay, I get it. Well, I don't want to do a critique of journalism or free speech, but I'm also reminded one of my professors at journalism school was Floyd Abrams. You remember Floyd, Mr. Abrams, who was a fanatic free speech advocate. And I'm thinking back to COVID, Gary, when free speech was somehow given a bad name. Disinformation became the watchword for free speech. And I raise that as a cautionary tale when it comes to criticizing information flow. I just have to say that contextually. I don't want to get into it completely, but there's an argument to be made there. And then Macron. Oh yeah, Macron and the nuclear and Macron. The Europeans stepping up and defending themselves. And Macron came out today and said something about his nuclear arsenal. And then Putin came back and reminded the French president about Napoleon and how that ended. So I thought that was interesting. And I think it's interesting that we can report the news without having to take sides. We should try to do that. That's how I was taught. Let's see. I had one other thing I wanted to say, and I can't remember it. But I know there's a crowded field. What you didn't mention is the new poll for congressional Democrats. They hit a new low of 21%. And that struck me as of some interest. Especially since they came out with a new video in which they're all acting like they're fighters. And it's sort of like an Instagram kind of thing. And they're all fighting and throwing air punches. And someone reminded me, said, if they want to have a fight, why don't they go to Ukraine? And I thought that was a low blow, actually. But, I think that's about it, Gary. Thanks.
It should be noted that that campaign to which you refer, what they did is they took a number of prominent Democrats, including Elizabeth Warren and Chuck Schumer, I forget who the others were, and they each released their own tirade, post-address to the joint session of Congress, attacking the president. But here's the part that is really weird, is that they were each shot in separate locations. They were presumably, it was presumably Chuck Schumer's words, his feelings about the address, Elizabeth Warren's words, her feelings against the address. I think there were 4, 5, or 6 of them that I saw. And they were virtually the same script. In fact, the opening was exactly the same. So here they're trying to give the impression that these individual Democratic members of Congress were so upset about what they believe were the spewing of lies from the podium during the joint address to Congress. And if you look at one of them, if you're a constituent in Massachusetts, for example, of Elizabeth Warren, and you see her pop up on your social media feed with this fiery, they weren't long, they were like a minute long, each of them. They were like reels, right? Maybe they were reels, but you saw it on your social media feed and you go, wow, Elizabeth Warren, she's so spot on. And I'm not saying that the message was right or the message was wrong, but it was all bullshit. It was all contrived. Now, this is not
the whole time.
It's not so unusual, by the way. It happens with the right as well. You may recall that there's a, and I can't remember the name of the media group, but it's a huge media group. They own a lot of television stations across the nation.
Murdoch?
And I don't remember what media group it was.
Sinclair
not Murdoch.
Broadcasting.
Sinclair, thank you. And Sinclair Broadcasting sent out this script to all of their television stations, and each of the stations presented it as if it was that station's viewpoint, but it wasn't. But they tried to make it look as if it was. So there was a gotcha on Sinclair on that one, and there's a gotcha on the Democrats on this one. I would rather Mr. Schumer pick up his iPhone, hit record, and just say from the heart what he feels, and let Elizabeth Warren do it and all the other ones do it. Tell every member of Congress who's a Democrat, pick up your iPhone and just say what you feel, and then post it to social media. That would be far more effective, because I think Americans have learned, because we're all experts in the consumption of social media, to recognize something that's genuine as opposed to something that is contrived. And that's exactly what the Democrats did. It was just an extension of them walking into the chamber holding these liar signs. Maybe they knew he was going to lie. I don't think it would have mattered what he said. They would have been waving those signs around. It just lacks, it's like when you go to, when you were looking at these protests on the campuses, and these are supposed to be spontaneous protests, but when you see in Los Angeles that they have pre-printed signs, and they're the same signs that you see in Chicago, and they're the same signs that you see in New York, you realize that this isn't spontaneity. This isn't grassroots. This is organized by some group that may even have nefarious intent. So let's be genuine. The one thing I really like about our discussions here is that each of us have our own opinions, and we can agree with folks, and we can vehemently disagree with folks. But I know that when Marshall opens his mouth, Marshall's speaking for Marshall. And when Scott does, Scott is speaking for Scott. And when Dominic does, Dominic's speaking for Dominic. Not some script that was presented to them by the Republican National Committee or the Democratic National Committee. And enough of this nonsense. Thank you,
Gary,
Dominic.
I think that's a good point, and it builds on top of our discussion yesterday. Both folks in the chamber acted out of line. Marjorie Taylor Greene should have been escorted out as well, and she was not escorted out for her bad behavior. But Al Green breaking the rules and getting censured, and just the the thing that I'm really lamenting about that is the feel-good stories didn't even get folks out of their seat on the other side of the aisle. How hard, like, I get it, you don't like Trump, but how hard is it to clap for somebody who's overcome something super difficult? Right? You know what? Like, they didn't have to be giant sourpusses. And they decided to anyway. I tend to agree with you. I think a lot of them would have got their views the way they've got them now, regardless of what Trump said, which is why his line was, you know, none of these people are ever going to clap for me, no matter what I do. Right? And that the Republican Party has that same hypocritical stance to be just wed to a perspective that makes no sense. But that, in my view, the Democrats and some of the Republicans came across as very small people. They were trying to be by half.
Today, there's a member of Congress who I can't recall, I never heard their name before, but a member of Congress who has introduced a resolution that any Democrat who did not vote to censure Congressman Green should lose their right to vote in Congress. I mean, come on, enough of this crap.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And by the way, to your point about the Democrats, which I also brought up yesterday, not even applauding the capture of the guy who they believe was responsible for the killing of 13 service members in Afghanistan. They couldn't put their partisanship apart. And as you pointed out, for that little boy who fought off cancer and all that, they couldn't stand and applaud him. Mr. Fetterman, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, today admonished his fellow Democrats for that very reason. And I say, bully to you, Fetterman. There may be some Democrats who feel ill at ease about his independence, but I don't give a damn because I'm an anti-partisan myself. Thank you, Marshall. We're going to move along a lot faster because it's already 5:45, and there are shitload of people. Can I say that? Is that nice? Well, there are a lot of folks that want to speak, and so I'm going to try to abbreviate my comments in particular, and we'll now go to...
Abbreviate your comments. I jotted down my notes of the things that you said were coming fast and furious. Secret talks with Zelensky's opponents. Of course, who knows? But I think that we talk to opponents of people in power in other countries quite often. That doesn't mean we're fomenting a revolution or anything like that. I recall during the Obama years how we worked with opponents of Putin, for example. And so I'm not sure that that's a sign of grave mistakes. Europeans stepping up for their own defense. Finally, thank God, tariffs delayed. Okay. I hadn't heard the screen test before. I only was able to read a part of Dr. Francine's essay, but squeaky wheel gets the grease is another way of saying it. But I've said repeatedly, I don't know what these tariffs are going to do. I'm not an expert, and I just don't know. So I don't know how I can negatively critique them if I don't know. I have to be able to understand the ramifications of tariffs, at least superficially, so that I can, on the one hand, on the other hand, and come up with a balanced critique of tariffs. Can't do it. Changing course. I think Marshall was right, reining in Musk to some degree. is appropriate at this particular point and all the chaos going on around us. Ukrainian peace talks. I've forgotten what you said about that. But we're in Saudi Arabia, but you didn't say whether Ukraine would be invited this time or not.
I believe so. I believe, yes, from my recollection of the article, yes. It will be Russia, Ukraine, the United States in Saudi.
That's great. I mean, so those things that you highlighted as coming so fast and everything, yes, they're coming fast, but some of them are good. Some of them perhaps are not so good. But my summary is and it's what Scott said prompted me to write it down. Too much, too fast. Things are coming too much, too fast. Well, I would point out that for decades now, with the behemoth of the American government that we have created, isn't it appropriate to say it does too little and far too late on a routine basis? Things that people consider to be grave national issues, like the debt or those kinds of things, we do too little, too late. And I think the American people are saying, we want too much too fast. We'll give them some slack. If they make a mistake, they can readjust in midstream. I'm not particularly saying that, but I believe that this whole mess needs to be rattled severely, see what's loose, and get rid of it, and tighten up and move forward. And I think if Steve's comments yesterday, he said that the initial polls after Trump's address was 76% approval. That astounded me, if that's accurate. But I think the American people, not in here, but generally speaking, the American people are willing to give him some slack to see if he can begin to make some major changes to things that really do need major changes. Thanks.
Thank you, Hanson. Barbie.
And can I just say one thing quick, Gary, in response to Hanson?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that the polling is interesting because Trump's like approval in the State of the Union and stuff like that, it's low for presidents, but it's high for Trump, right? So I think it wouldn't be high by general presidential standards, but I think Hanson makes a fair point. He's not doing as bad as people thought, right? I mean, they're low. I mean, he's not as popular as other presidents of either party, but it's not bottom of the barrel.
Thank you, Scott. Barbie.
Hey there. So I think I just wanted to in this go back to the initial, when we were talking initially, you brought up the point about Musk basically being told to pull back a
Right,
little bit.
his wings clipped, I think was the term.
Clipped, right. And I think that definitely appreciate that. All of this to me just goes to, I understand that some people are saying he's doing well. It's that Trump is doing well, better than thought. And then there's, of course, half the country that is horrified, and that's just standard with the way politics is. But I think that a lot of this with Musk, for example, has to do with Trump just being embarrassed. I think he really does live for the approval of others. He's very intuitive, and he's very, he just somebody said this yesterday in the room too. I think he just goes according to the reactions he's gauging around him, and then goes for it and responds accordingly. And I think that, just from any kind of leadership perspective, I run a tech company, and the screen test that Francine was talking about, I mean, that'll work for certain things. But you're not going to see, I don't know, Microsoft use that across Office 365 overnight. Say, hey, let's just change one feature overnight. Don't tell anybody, and just see how many people get mad at us. You would never see that. Why? Because it's just terrible, terrible leadership when you have impact on so many organizations. And I think that you've got veterans really angry. The VA said to cut 80,000 jobs, 80,000. You've got this ridiculous email, this stunt of telling workers to send in, the 5 points of what they did last week. And I was really surprised to discover through an interaction with someone on Twitter that a lot of conservatives who thought, that's so easy, why don't people do that? None of them realized that he was actually telling them to send, I don't know how many millions of emails to one email address, or 2 or 3, but they were all at OPM. They were not to the managers. They were not to the supervisors. So he was bypassing every single manager, every supervisor, every agency head. And I was so shocked when I found out that a lot of conservatives and a lot of Trump supporters just thought, well, of course you can send that email to your manager. Why wouldn't you, you lazy bum? Well, no, it wasn't to be like, there's just such lack of information. And then you've got the CDC, you've got how throttled they are. My daughter's an epidemiologist. She's a researcher. And I can tell you that 100% I agree with Anson and the others. There is so much wasted money, of course, in the government, 100%. You probably could cut it by 50% and it would be. However, what they did with this ridiculous approach was that they shut down entire databases of research that were so necessary. And if it wasn't for some of these tech-savvy researchers who quickly figured out how to get backups and all that, I don't know how much damage already has been done, but a lot of damage was done to science and to scientific progress, not woke stuff, stuff like just how to fight things. And then you've got just the lack of respect. And I think that all I'm trying to say with all of this is that I think Trump had to move and make some kind of move with Musk, because it's just embarrassing. It's terrible leadership, and it's just not how you run any kind. Everybody here would probably agree that's run any kind of company, or even your family, anything as a leader. This is just not the way to do it. It's just not. And it's ultimately, the other thing that's come out is 2 things more that people are saying more and more. Of course, this thing with Russia, I know there's all kinds of strategy behind it, but on a big level worldwide, there's a huge backlash. That's embarrassing. And then more and more questions about Musk's ketamine use, etc., because he did appear pretty incoherent a few times in public. And all of those things together, I think, played a major role in having him have to put a kind of throttle back on Musk. And my last point on this is that the other reason this is just it's just wrenching to me, is that it's really, really clear that Musk does not have empathy. And so he literally, none of these things are things that on any level affect him, like on any level. But there is a massive amount of humans in the United States that are deeply affected by these cuts. There's a few lazy workers, granted, there's nonsense, there's wasted programs, as I said, wasted money, millions and millions, including in the Pentagon, everywhere. But there's a lot of really, really good people that were just really, really just trying to do their jobs and that work hard. And so the damage long-term to the fabric of the country, it's like if someone came home and had an outrageous, extreme drunk tantrum and threw everything and broke things and sent mom to the hospital and did all of these things, and then afterwards realized, oh crap, what did I do? They can come back, they can say they're sorry, they can try to fix things, they can pretend it never happened. That did happen, and those people are scarred forever. And I think that there's a lot of people that are really scarred at this point. So we'll see what happens long term. But yeah, just bad leadership on that side.
Bobby, go ahead, Mark.
Sorry. No, you first. Sorry.
I was going to say, I have a very strong work ethic. Anybody who knows me knows that's, it may be to my detriment in some respects. I would hate to be judged by those around me, and this is in private business, who don't have the same ethic as I do. So to paint the entire federal workforce with a broad brush, as some people have, not you, Barbie, is just ridiculous. There are, of course, people skating along in government and doing the bare minimum, if that. Maybe they're hiding even. And there are those who are on the front lines working their asses off. You have to judge the individual or the department. You can't just give broad strokes. Before I give it to Marshall, I just want to point out we're at the top of the hour. No additional people will be placed on the stage. Everybody on the stage, as we go into extra time, will get an opportunity to speak. If you are itching to speak and can't get on the stage, click on the link above and join the chat. Marshall.
I think that Nala. Sorry, I've got a dog next to me, and she's a little screecher. I worry about this, but Barbie, I do want to say something. It may have not appeared this way, say 20, 30 years earlier, but the idea of getting rid of bloated, quote unquote bloated federal bureaucracy has been a position of the Republican Party since the mid 1890s. And it's one of those things where we heavily opposed the New Deal and we heavily opposed the Great Society because we believed it was, as a party, a gross expansion of government authority that was unwarranted. I'm not a fan at taking a hatchet to departments, right? I agree with you. There are processes that people should have. But I do want to point out that the idea that they're firing people, that's not something that comes from Donald Trump. It's not something.
Oh, absolutely. I don't disagree with you on that, Marshall. And I personally think that personally, I think we could do so much more good for people. And the government could do so much more in whatever, technology and all kinds of other sectors if we weren't wasting all the money we waste. My point is simply that there's a way to do it. And let's face it, Republicans and Democrats have been sort of living high on the hog for decades and decades. And that is just a fact. So to suddenly come in and take a machete to something that actually needs, okay, maybe you do need to amputate, but could we maybe use some anesthesia? Could we figure out how to do it wisely? Because the inefficiency of this is going to cost more in the end. We have a saying in Spanish, lo barato sale caro, which means when you try to go cheap, it ends up costing you way more.
I understand.
And when you try to be this way, it's the inefficiencies of now the CDC is calling back 180,000. I don't know how many. The ridiculousness of firing and hiring and whatever is not good. And that's the part that it's also such a total lack of respect to the actual agency heads that he himself appointed. So I know that maybe we needed somebody, but I'm just saying this is just really bad leadership.
I think
That's
also
all.
if you don't do it right the first time, you have to go back and do it again, right? Also, I'm familiar with this. I'm familiar with this saying. I live in the Rio Grande Valley.
I know you live on the border there. Well,
Yes,
I'm in
ma'am.
South Florida.
Oh, wonderful! That's great.
I'm in Miami.
I would worry about that as well. I just wanted to provide the intellectual scaffolding to note that it didn't come out of
100%.
nowhere.
No, I don't think that's. I mean, I know. Listen, like I've said before in this room, I voted straight. Like we're talking straight Republican for 25 years. Like I literally did not vote. I've said this too many times already. For many reasons, that I literally did not vote for one Democrat for 25 years, like at all. I wouldn't even, that's how, et cetera. It's not that I'm not familiar with it. I used to listen to Rush back when he was in Sacramento before he even got, nationwide, et cetera. Like I trust.
When he made sense before he went crazy.
Yes, actually.
Okay,
yeah,
let's
when he
move
was
on,
even still
please, 'cause,
entertaining. Sorry,
there-
apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have a gazillion people who want to speak. I'm glad to see that the gender gap is not as wide as it has been in the past in this room. I guess our DEI. Oh, wait a minute. We got rid of that. The president said we had to get rid of our. But in spite of the fact that our DEI program is gone, I see more women on the stage. Bravo.
I will
bravo,
be your
bravo.
honorary Latina as well, if that's what you need.
There you go.
Right?
There you go. Exactly. Oh my God. I have to fill out the. Oh no, I don't have to fill out the form for the federal government any longer. Thanks, Barbie. Joshua.
Hey everybody, I miss you guys so much. I'm sorry I've been away for a bit. I'd also like to say, even though I'm a conservative, I'm really happy to see Meryl. Thankfully, she's falling behind me, because I was almost going to send you a message just to see where the heck you were. But I'm glad to see you're here. Okay, a lot of things have been said, and I'm going to say something crazy, and then I'm just going to get out of here. But I'm your friendly Canadian, and I'm going to say almost what's going on right now. I might almost call it terrorism against us. And I mean that, because we don't know what's going on with every day. No one knows where their job is. So I'm actually going to use that, and I'm going to just block out right now. So you guys take what I said right there. It's basically terrorism as far as my brain goes.
Well, not to make light of your point, but to make light of the situation in total, you won't be our friendly Canadian much longer. You'll be our fellow American. I don't think that's going to happen, but I find it disgusting, the proposition that Canada is going to be the 51st state, and that he refers to Trudeau, whether you like Trudeau or not. And obviously his popularity has fallen, obviously, within Canada as well, because he's on his last days. I think this is his last week, right, Joshua?
Gary, he's taking away any stance that anybody can have. He's scaring people out of their jobs. He's creating terror. Is that terrorism?
Yeah, I get you. I get you. I'm like I said, I'm not making light of your point. I'm kind of making light of the president. For him to refer to the Prime Minister of Canada, which is supposed to be our closest ally, I don't know, maybe it's the United Kingdom, but Canada's part of the Commonwealth. It's very complicated how we label these things. But the friendship across the border, remember, I grew up in Detroit. I know all about the handshake across the border. And to refer to the Prime Minister of Canada as Governor Trudeau, that's pretty funny. Look, governing the United States of America is not a meme. And he treats it as if it were. And I just don't get it. And I'm with you, Joshua. As a previous president of the United States would say, I feel your pain.
Thank you, Joshua. By the way, is my mic working?
No, we can't hear you at all.
Loud and clear.
All right.
Oh, shut up, Marshall. yeah, we hear you.
All right. With regard to, by the way, Mim, I believe he's somebody who's bragged that he's is doing a documentary on Clubhouse and how stupid we all are. So just thought I'd throw that in.
Then I guess I'm going to be featured. Mim, if you want to interview me, let me know. Go ahead.
Me too.
Regarding the Democrats, who cares? I voted for Democrats. I don't care. I'm not listening to them. I'm not paying attention to them. They are making no decision that affects me right now. Absolutely none. So I don't follow I don't. Regarding whether or not they should have stood up, absolutely. In some instances, they should have stood up. I can tell you the instances why they didn't, including the cancer patient. But I won't spend a whole lot of time on that. Go check, Marshall, and see who came as a guest, what fired person came as a guest who does pediatric cancer research. Thank you. Now, regarding Trump and Elon Musk, I view that just as another dog and pony show. I know you people all are saying, it's about time and he should have done this. It isn't about time. This is every decision that Musk made, he did with Trump's approval. Everything that Trump does, Musk does. So I don't view this as anything more than, first of all, good legal advice because of what they are involved in a legal case where, say, to lie to the court regarding what Musk's role is. So I think that they have that problem. And also, so what? He told his cabinet heads, you can run it. You know, let's just, you work along with him, he'll consult, whatever. For whatever it is, look who the cabinet heads are. Are they qualified? Are they qualified to, by the way, Trump wants this all done aggressively. Read what he said to the VA cuts. They are to be aggressive. They are not to be slow. It's not to be something that's going to be done over a period of 8 months, 9 months. It is going to be done quickly. And Trump knows how many people, or Musk will tell them how many people need to go. Can
I just interrupt to try to clarify? You're suggesting that this pronouncement today is form, not substance, and that Musk will still be dictating, but they'll let the department heads make the announcements. Well, we looked at these recommendations, and this is what we're doing, but it'll still be they're being told behind the scenes, you will do what Musk tells you to do. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in part. And in part, I'm suggesting that you have cabinet members, you have department heads that aren't even qualified. They're not qualified to make the cuts. They're not qualified to assess people. Take into consideration what they've already did. Take into consideration who those people are. And I don't feel comfortable with the process. I don't feel comfortable that good faith is going to be made to see how do they determine who the people are that should be terminated and shouldn't be. When you have a limit, you must be done by a certain time, and you're going to have a certain number. So I viewed this once again. It's a dog and pony show. They go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Trump says he's this to the court. Trump says, Elon Musk, stand up. You're great. You're doing a wonderful job. He tells the cabinet, you're the ones that are in charge. He'll just guide you. This is silly. I think that we all need to be a little more cautious about saying Musk has been sort of his wings clipped. I don't think so.
Okay, that's really
can't unilaterally do much. He has to go to the head of OMB to have any of his budget requests made, and the OMB head takes it to the president. He's not just allowed to slash whatever the hell he wants.
But there's been no pushback from the OMB. They just
what I was gonna say though is the courts have curtailed Musk in the right way, and Donald Trump has not insisted they go over that.
No, but now what Merrill was suggesting
excuse me.
What Merrill was suggesting is that they're doing an end run, so that they're doing an end run to make it look as if Musk really isn't, but he's the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, basically, I think is what Merrill is saying. Merrill, there was another point that you made that I thought was very good, but I think that you understated it. They told the court, you're correct, that Musk is not the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, which is not a department anyway, but then at the State of the Union, the address to the joint session of Congress, he did not just say Musk is great. He introduced him as the person who's at the head of the Department of Government and Efficiency. So which is it? One of those pronouncements, either what the president told the joint session of Congress is a lie, or what the government told the court is a lie, but both of them cannot be correct. And I think that's an important point that you brought up. Thank you. I got to move on because it's 6:13, and there are a lot of people, and I want to try to get to everybody. I feel the pressure.
Hey Gary. I agree with Meryl. She brought up a lot of the points that I was going to surface, and that there's no indication that course will be corrected or there'll be any change in direction for this administration. They're still doing exactly what they promised to do and what they told us. they would do. According to Project 2025, according to what we know about Trump's fondness for anarcho-capitalist methods of governing, like the Malays, which, what is Malay doing at CPAC? And Malay did these exact same things in his government. And, what the outcome as it relates to the condition of their economy is a wait and see, and that all remains to be seen. But poverty is through the roof, unemployment is through the roof, their people are suffering, and the damage is done. So what? Elon Musk cannot publicly take credit for whatever. The damage is done. He still had access to all of the systems that are running operations in Treasury, that are running operations in the nuclear department. What difference does it make at this point? Perhaps he has all of the access he needs and can go on and do the work that he intended on doing in the first place, what he's really there for. But as it relates to also this faux outrage about Al Green or anything that the Democrats have done as it relates to decorum or clapping or not clapping, I would, I have a long memory. I've been watching these types of addresses over many administrations. And, when Joe Walsh did this to Obama and called him a liar at the State of the Union address while President Obama was giving his address, I, at that point, was surprised and gasped and did not, never thought I'd see the day when something so reckless would occur in those halls. And then it kept happening, right? And so on the Democratic side, they get critiqued about their fecklessness in the face of such, wild behavior on the other side. So Marjorie Taylor Greene and some of these other clowns can act like rabid dogs in and outside of the halls of Congress, to the president's face, and behind the president's face, and Democrats are still carrying on the decorum as if if respect remains, as if we're not in a different reality. We're in a different reality. And I think that if there were younger people in leadership in the Democrat Party, there would probably be a lot more powerful stances taken outside of singing "We Shall Overcome" in the halls of Congress and walking out on the president's address that stuff really resonates with boomers, but millennials and Gen Xers and Gen Zers, they're really flabbergasted at the response to the chaos that is taking place in our government, and the Democratic Party seems to have no strong opposition or resistance to it. So, I think that, people are being disingenuous to suggest that somehow they're disappointed in the Democratic Party for their behavior. I think we're long past, the boat has sailed on that.
The boat has sailed, and it's not just behavior, and it's not just a general remark. It's a piece of House rules, which Al Green agreed when he was part of forming the rules that he would follow. I also will give you that Marjorie Taylor Greene, she should have been clapped by the sergeant at arms.
And Joe Walsh, and Joe Walsh, because Obama's
my
first
point
address.
is that
Yeah.
my point is that both of those folks disobeyed the rules of the House. They should have taken them both out, but simply because they only took Al Green out didn't mean they didn't deserve to go out.
Right, but and we can't change that history, right? We can't change that fact that they weren't sanctioned in any way, outside of useless talking points for the media.
Yes, I
Nothing
think if
happened
one
to
is
them.
being charitable, you have to ask if the leadership is in a position where they think to themselves, well, when our guys do shitty stuff, it's cool, but when the other side does shitty stuff, it's not okay. Right? That seems to be a good faith, obvious question that would raise for that.
Well, I don't think the Democrats are listening to Michelle Obama, who said when they hit low, we hit high. Meeting juvenile behavior with juvenile behavior, I don't think is a proper response. But I'm not a Democrat, and I'm not advising the Democratic congressional delegation, and they decided to respond in the manner in which they did. And of course, that was an act of civil disobedience. And he is paying the price. He was censured for it. And that's how it's designed to work. Sort of like Martin Luther King marching and keeping a toothbrush in his pocket. He knew there was a price to pay. And I'm sure that Congressman Green knew that there was a good likelihood that the sergeant of arms would remove him. After all, he was admonished by the speaker to sit down or he would be removed, and he did not sit down. So he knew full well that would happen, and that's part of the civil disobedience. I don't agree with it. It's the presidency, not the president. But that was his decision, and he's paying the price, and he likely doesn't regret it. And then we move on from that. But there is a double standard. King is absolutely right about that. We're going to go to David, Denise, Norm, Tiffany, and Brent. Dave, and thank you, King.
Yeah, Gary, I don't know about if this pivot to try to rein Musk in is for the optics. We're seeing a president that is rattling the markets, backpedaling on tariffs, going forward with tariffs. We had our good Canadian speaker talk about the impact that it's having in Canada. There's repercussions to all of this. I've heard it argued that Trump is not wasting a moment to put his people in place to remake this government, remake this democracy. This is a democracy republic that has, grown the world's largest economy that the world's ever seen. So what we've been doing up until this point has worked. Has it worked as efficiently as possible? Could our economy be 4 times bigger, 2 times bigger? What is the outcome that we're seeking here? We're seeing, Musk without any, earning his campaign donations here. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and he's clearly wasting no time to attack. I mean, one of the biggest impacts to the revenue side of all this, Gary, is the eviscerating of the IRS, taking out subject matter experts, those that are tasked with making sure everybody pays their fair share. The studies show that for every dollar spent on the IRS, and again, I'm no fan of them chasing little guys and small business people and whatnot, but for every dollar spent, they return somewhere between $5 and $12. But when you take out this cadre of experts who are tasked with making sure everybody pays their fair share, what is that costing us in terms of revenue? They say upwards it's billions of dollars that corporations and other entities use to avoid and have massive tax avoidance. So there's that side of the equation that isn't being talked about. We're seeing the dismantling of the jobs that veterans have enjoyed in this country for serving our great nation. and the betrayal they're feeling right now for voting for Trump. So, you know, the politicians, they're not going to be able to run from Trump's antics here. They're going to eventually have to own up to these decisions. You know, the ground game should be to ring everybody's phone who is not standing up the way that Green did in this State of the Union. Yeah, he disrespected the sanctity and the decorum of the chamber and obviously, you know, all of that. But at some point, all politicians, all our elected representatives are going to have to account for what is being done in our name at this moment. But I'll end there, Gary. I think there's a lot of great speakers left to speak, and I appreciate you letting me speak my comments.
Thank you, David. Denise.
Okay, and I can be brief, but as for news today, for the tariffs, I'm personally glad to see the delay included produce from Mexico and Canada, because that helps all of us, and especially people who really need the help. And then, but the main thing I wanted to talk about was that I have felt all along and continue to feel that Trump's decision to turn Musk loose so broadly has just been careless and reckless. And the concept of moving fast and breaking things might work in the corporate world, especially in smaller tech or entrepreneurial ventures. But as we've talked about here, business is a whole other thing that requires something completely different. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to cost us, the taxpayers, and the country much more than we're saving with the lawsuits, the court cases, the brain drain that Barbie brought up, trying to rehire, having to recall people, all the things that they have deleted, and the ridiculous amounts they're paying Musk and his Doge team. And as far as Trump putting limits on Musk, I'm curious I'm sure the stronger pushback is coming from his cabinet and his inner circle, but I'm wondering how much they have been influenced by the public protests, all the sort of upheaval at town halls by people they didn't expect. A lot of pushback on, bipartisan on both sides. A lot of people, it seems like the cuts in this disruptions are touching almost, every group within the American population, and they're getting a lot of pushback. And I just wanted to finish with today, Kara Swisher had made a post that people have been resharing and really resonated with me. And it was something written by F. Scott Fitzgerald 100 years ago. And you will be able to guess the novel that it came from. But the quote is, let's see, they were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures, and then retreated back into their money or their vast carelessness or whatever it was that kept them together, and let other people clean up the mess they had made.
Thank you, Denise. I note that there's been a very active discussion in the Critical Thinking Forum Facebook chat, and I appreciate that, and keep it going.
Wow.
After we close out our discussion here on Clubhouse today. Tiffany, Brent, and Steve. Tiffany.
Oh, thank you, Gary. And I just, I came on stage when you guys were talking about how important it is to have these spaces where both sides can truly have conversations. And I just needed to come on stage and say how important that is, because that is what is wrong with where we are today. And both sides are guilty. And all I can do is what I can do, and that is show up here as much as possible every day, come on the stage.
Terrorists or expelled. I'll say it again. Terrorists will be neutralized or expelled. You pick up a gun and you point it at it, then we're gonna come take the gun from you and we're gonna kick your ass out.
So can I speak now? Okay. I'm not me done.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this is the problem. Everybody wants in the real perspective here, like I didn't even know a lot of kids had certain views like this. So now everybody wants kumbaya because Gaza's about to get annihilated. And people are forgetting what happened October 7th. And then resistance said 200 babies died October 6th.
That was John.
Hello?
Hi. Hello.
Hi, calling from Firestone for the Lexus?
Yes.
Alrighty. So it is going to need, let me see, a couple of misfiring on cylinders 4, 6, and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then VVC solenoids both weren't reading. So let me see. The VVC solenoids for both of those, you're looking at 418.38 plus tax. The spark plugs with the plenum gasket and labor, you're looking at 581.73 plus tax, and then the fuel system cleaning is 138.98 plus tax.
Okay, so what's the total?
Total taking off that diagnostic fee would come out to, with taxes, you're looking at 1,246 with 34 cents.
Okay.
So go ahead and
do you know?
it, or
Yeah, I on the website I have like 2 coupons, one for an oil change and one for 100 off if you spend 600 plus. I just wanted to confirm I could use those as well.
yeah, sure. Let me add them real quick so I can give you the updated. So did you want to add an oil change on this as well?
Yes.
Okay. For what what's it called? What kind of oil?
I guess just the regular oil, whatever is recommended for it.
That's that $29.99 coupon?
Yep.
Okay, all right, let me add that as well then real quick. Okay, so new total, adding the oil change and then that $100 coupon would come out to 1,176 with 31 cents.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty, so it does look like the plenum gasket might come later tomorrow, or in fact tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So if it does come later today, we'll go ahead and knock it out and we'll give you a call. If not, then expect a call tomorrow, like around noon the latest.
Okay, sounds good.
Alright, no problem. So we'll give you a call when that's all done, ready to go.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Have a great evening.
Yep. Thanks, you too. Bye.
Okay, bye.
I mean, like I said, using that rationality or that even that whole process, that's like saying all Israelis want to kill all Palestinians. If we keep thinking that way,
No, it's because people always fail to leave half the story out, bro. They fail to leave half the story out. That's the fucking problem.
Shouldn't get all upset just to analyze people that know the whole story. That might help.
You don't know shit, bro. Sitting in your fucking story.
You don't even know me.
Yes, I do, brother.
Really?
Better than you think, buddy.
Okay, what's my name?
Don't make me dox you.
It's written right there.
Don't make me dox you. Well, we don't need to just get upset over an analysis. That's really stupid.
Mike, you need to shut the fuck up, you fucking cunt piece of shit.
That's directed at you too, Shuki.
Well, at most, I'm glad to see who the true characters are, man. Like I told you earlier, man, this is why it doesn't go anywhere, because we have people like
people forget we have your heart. That's the important part. That's why people fail about the important part.
Look at the ad hominem. I'm not gonna stoop on their level.
But Shuki doesn't give orders that anybody takes. So.
We were trying to have a civilized conversation, but they let the animal Suki in. This is what happens.
So.
איתן, מה אתה נותן להם מחלק מודרטורים? אני לא רואה את החדר שלי, אתה יודע, איתן?
Well, that's why people work on political agreements.
מחלק מודרטורים פה לאנשים.
לא, איזה כאלה אנשים? רק בקצת, כי אני הלכתי.
אני חושב שהוא חוסם אותי, אני לא רואה את החדר.
מי חוסם אותך?
היה בסדר זה, אני לא יודע.
רגע, זה...
עמוסיה בן זונה. שוקי.
עמוסיה בן ששמותה.
שוקי עזרה ראשונה, שוקי.
תשב על קקטוס, יא מניאק.
יאללה, שוקי.
One of the reasons Israel even got hit with October
seventh attack was
אוקיי, אתה
because
רוצה ללכת לבד או שאני אזרוק אותך? מה אתה בוחר?
לך תזדיין שתקבל שיתוק מהצוואר למטה.
לך לבד. אני אזרוק אותך, אתה לא תוכל לחזור, אני רוצה שתחזור כשאני אהיה פה לבד, אני זה. אבל לא בא לי עליך.
שתקבל שיתוק מהצוואר למטה, שתצטרך לחרבן ולהשתין על עצמך, ושאף אחד לא ירצה לנקות אותך.
סיפור בהתחלה רקמיות, מיד שירת המנוע. רגע, בוא נשנה את החדר בעצם. הגיע הזמן לעשות פה... מה אנחנו רוצים לעשות? מישהו פה לימד אותי.
יא מטומטם, אם אני יוצא ופותח חדר, אין לך פה אנשים.
אז תצא, אתה מוזמן.
תקבל שיתוק. Amos, I wish you to be paralyzed from the neck down, so you're gonna need to shit and pee on... And they say the Palestinians got terrorist problems, huh?
לא לעלות את שוקי, אני עבדתי אותו איתן, לא לעלות. שילך להשתחד ולעשות משהו.
So is there peace right now?
No, Bibi Netanyahu is definitely trying to continue with the genocide, and he wants to expand.
No, I'm just talking about right now. Like, you attacked a Jewish guy resistance and you had to go to court. Like, do you have any more peace in your life right now? Or are you trying to work towards coexistence resistance?
It's Ramadan, man.
I've always coexisted, and that's not true. I never attacked a Jewish person. I never attacked.
Yeah, you beat up a Jew. You got a Jewish lawyer. We know your story.
He's not Jewish. He was Zionist.
Oh, he was Zionist.
Yeah, you cannot make a...
But you broke the law, right? It doesn't matter who he is. You broke the law when you attacked an innocent person in the street, right?
See my picture right there, brother? The Jews love me, and I love them. The Jews love me. The good Jews that are from Torah, and they want to coexist with other human beings, they
want to
love
talk
me.
to you on this app, but that's about it. They do not love you, bro.
Listen, my book, I'm an open book.
You're not
This is what I mean. They docs are what? What does docs do? What does docs do? Docs is not gonna do anything to me. You do know that, right? What is docs gonna do? Nothing.
I know.
I can guarantee you this. Listen. I can guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. There is not one Israeli, not one Zionist that will beat me on a hand-to-hand combat. It won't happen. They will have to be MMA fighters.
You're joking me.
They won't.
Joking me. You ain't that special, and I've seen pictures.
No, it's not about you don't have pictures of me. This is what I mean. You guys are fools.
I actually do.
You don't.
No, I do. You try to throw everybody off the scent, but it didn't work. And you keep saying
how it didn't work when you keep putting up pictures of multiple different people that aren't even me.
You're actually wishing to get your neck broke by an Israeli.
You guys. First, I'm a barber. Then I'm black. Then I'm Dominican.
Oh no!
You guys look so confused. I know I'm not black. I tell these idiots all the time. It still doesn't change the fact that you idiots believe it. Because you guys are not really intelligent.
No, I actually am. That's the difference. I didn't sit. I never once have I called you black. I called you out the first second I ever talked.
Yeah, you called me Dominican. That's stupid too, because I'm not Dominican.
I know, you're probably Puerto Rican.
I'm not Puerto Rican either, so that's once again stupid.
Trust me.
So your doxing skills are actually really not that good.
Oh no, because I'm not gonna actually give. Why would I?
They're not that good. They're really not.
You're schizophrenic, dude.
Listen, man.
1 second you come on here, you want to rape everybody's mother.
No, I'm the only one in here. I've been the only one in here talking civil. I've been the only one in here all day talking civil. It was, once again, your people, like I told Atmos before all of them got in here, you can ask them. You guys will be the ones that come in here and cause confusion and that. You guys do it every day. You can't help yourselves. Even when someone's being respectful and being a human being. It's embedded in you guys, that hate.
That's it, bro. For real. They like
Why
to say,
you gotta play dominoes, though? You gotta be smart to play dominoes. No, let him talk, because I want to address his statement, because he's really strong man on it.
I'm gonna go ahead and land right there, bro.
Yeah, you're making a straw man argument. You're making a straw man argument. I literally said, sir, for a second, one mic. Hey, Terrence, you know, most of the people that's over in foreign countries, math-wise, they are pretty intelligent, you know, and that's why United States need to revamp our math courses here in the United States. A lot of them don't know how to do algebra, bro. Don't know shit about trigonometry, you know. So yeah,
But that ain't got shit to do with the jobs situation. That's the
hold on. It depends on what type of job you're doing.
My boat goes.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these manufacturing jobs that they want to bring back, you have to be able to do the math work to make that job run.
So your grandfather, your ancestors had to do all of this weird ass math. They got machines that do all the math for you.
Hold on, bro. I don't know my grandfather. However, though, if he has to get his ass out there in the machine shop and work, just like I will have to, I just gotta do it because I gotta eat. You know.
Yeah, but you messing up.
Yeah, let me add this submission too, though, y'all. They bringing them over here. Now these people they're pretty decent when it comes to their math and stuff, but they're not out of the box thinkers. Most of them that they're bringing over, they're bringing over in the tech field, and I work with a lot of them. And when I tell you these people can't think, and they're not as smart as they're making you think they are, they're not.
So that's the green point, real quick. They can program those machines, though, Erica, correct?
Yes, now they can do that. They're good at coding. Again, you don't have to think outside the box really to do the coding. Now, if you're proficient in math, that's what makes you good at the coding.
And to what Creedy was talking about the H1 people, these is Indian people that they bring in over here. These is the ones who's doing the coding, and they don't need an out-of-the-box thinker, Erica. They need a person who can just program that machine, who understand what's going on with the manufacturing and what's happening with what they're doing. They don't want an outside-the-box thinker. They want a person to come over here that they can plug and play into the situation. Those are not the same illegal immigrants that jumping over the border, Terrence. This is a whole different situation. These are tech companies and these big-time companies bringing in people that literally. I work in a building. It's Cardinal Health. It's the headquarters of Cardinal Health. They have a floor. The whole floor ain't nothing but Indian people that they done brought here literally to just do what they need them to do. It's the whole floor of them. That's what they're bringing them over. This is not the Mexican that's coming over here to pick some berries and things like that Creed was actually talking about in this situation right here.
Hold on,
I wasn't talking about any Mexican. He made a straw man argument about Mexicans. I am talking about H-1 visa, right? Workers. H-1 visa workers are not undocumented. These are the ones that are coming over. And if you heard Elon Musk, what did Elon Musk say? He said, I will go to war with MAGA on the issue of H-1 visas. He said, I quote, I'm going to quote him, I will fuck you in your face if you try to get rid of H-1 visas. See, he was speaking to MAGA. So corporations in the manufacturing industry, and Elon Musk, that's his field, manufacturing. They need H-1B workers because Americans are not proficient in math.
That's not true, bro. They need H-1B workers because the labor is cheaper.
These people $100,000 a year, Terrence.
I'm telling you, the labor is not cheap in that area.
$100,000 a year, Terrence, when they come over here, bro. When they doing these.
They're making money. It's not cheap.
So you saying every H1
labor?
You saying every H1B visa holder gets $100K in their account, bro? Or that's certain people?
If not more. If not more, they're not cheap laborers.
Can I speak on the coding fact? I literally do that every day. There's literal minimal about use of algebra on a daily basis that we use on coding. Stop making shit up, bro. Jesus Christ.
Okay, that's not true. That's not true. See, you don't know what you're talking about. See, this is what I mean about y'all.
Yes, he does. Yes, he
You're a basic coder. If you're doing basic coding, which I don't know too many people that are doing that now and have a career, but most of the jobs are around AI now or around.
I have my ITTIA plus. Is minimal.
Okay, all right. So I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this. I graduated from UCLA with an undergrad in computer science. So I know that, yes, for many years, you didn't need high-level math skills in order to have a coding job. However, for the jobs that are required now in manufacturing, for the jobs that are required now in terms of H-1 visas, working at Google, working at Facebook or Meta now, working on different things like bioinformatics, like Meta, which is talking about the metaverse thing, virtual reality. All of these require you to be highly proficient at linear algebra or at the least calculus. So yes, these H-1 visa jobs, they're bringing in highly skilled workers who are highly proficient in math. And these jobs are paying you $90,000 to $120,000 a year. This is what these H-1 visa workers are making.
Hey, let me read this real quick. Matter of fact, let me ask you a question, bro, before I read this. Who can get an H-1 visa? Anybody, or is it a particular group of people?
It depends on the particular skill.
I'm saying anybody, so anybody, right? You said anybody. Any country. From any
country.
Let me read this real quick, bro. No, I'm trying to stop you, bro, so you don't sound like a fool.
Hold on, one mic on Tia, yo. Her mic's low, y'all can't hear her. Go ahead, Tia.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just saying, to me, from any country, the H-1B, though, you have to have a level of skill and proficiency. It's not just anybody. It's high-skilled workers on the H-1B.
And I'm only talking about tech and manufacturing. I'm only talking about within the tech and manufacturing.
Hold up, bro. Just 1 second, bro. 1 second. I'm about to read something. It say I'm about to enlighten everybody. I'm about to read something. Say it again.
Put it in the chat.
Nah, I don't know how to do all that. But it say the H-1B1 visa is a nominal grant visa that allows employers to temporarily employ foreign workers from Chile and Singapore and the United States. It say eligibility. The worker must be from Chile or Singapore. The worker must be employed in a specialty occupation. The employer must demonstrate a need for the worker. The employer must pay the prevailing wage or the actual wage, whichever is higher. Application process is only 5 more bullet points.
So only Singapore people can get that. That's what you just read. That's what you just read.
What are you reading there?
Only Chile and Singapore people can get that.
That's happy hour.
That's what it say right here on Google, bro.
That's not correct, my brother.
That's wrong, bro. You ain't Google.
And get the information from USCIS.gov because that obviously is pertaining to.
Somebody post something different there. Somebody post something back.
Any country with that. It doesn't matter what country you're from, bro. It's just a visa. It's an international visa to import skilled workers. You have to prove that you have a skill. That's what gives you the H-1 visa. That's it. It doesn't particularly go to a country.
You can have Chile or Singapore. That's what I'm
Just Googling something. You pull up the first thing that seems to agree with you,
and you start reading from that. That's the problem.
Well, it was Google AI. It doesn't matter what country you from. It was Google AI that came up with the answer.
Bro, so he lied to you, bro. You just read, Aaron. To your grown man.
And you get them facts, they're gonna try to debunk it.
But check this out, bro. Because you're a skilled worker, that's what's gonna mean that you get that $120,000 because you have that skill. And then it also said that the employer has to show where they need you, so they're gonna need you in that skilled area, and that's why they're getting the immigrants that come with those visas are getting 100 or above, on their pay because they have that skill, whatever it is they need.
And we just had a woman in here from China the other day, an attorney from China who was on an H-1B.
India is the #1 country.
And they gotta match their money. That's what the employer.
India is the #1 country. And guess what? After your visa is over, you become an illegal immigrant if your visa passed. So ICE will pick you up. ICE is picking some of them people up too. Because they want to stay. It comes with, it's not indefinite. You're not a citizen now. You can't stay here. We just imported you for you to work. After you finish working, you got to go.
But then,
that might be it.
hold on. But sucker free, most of them can now, get that gold card. So
If they got these 5 million, that's the whole purpose of the gold card. If they got these 5 million, they could come in. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, certain countries around the world, hold on one second, real quick. Certain countries around the world are doing that. The gold card, like in Dominican Republic right now, if you invest $100,000, you can get citizenship. And all in the Caribbean, in St. Lucia, is a certain amount. And all these islands, if you invest or buy property or do a certain thing economically for them, they give you a visa or citizenship. So the United States is doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not. There's something in Spanish that said, "Tapar el cielo con un dedo." Let's not cover the sky with one finger. We know that the educational system have failed our generations very badly. So the people that are needed for these high-tech jobs, they are not here. That's why they're importing them. So what we need to be focusing on is trying to get our kids to get into the tech world.
Absolutely.
And stop sending them to college for sociology.
This is from the right here. This is directly from the Department of Labor. Right. It says H-1B program applies to employees seeking to hire non-immigrant aliens as workers in specialty occupations or fashion models of distinguished merit and ability. A specialty occupation is one that requires the application of a body of highly specialized knowledge and the attainment of at least a bachelor's degree or its equivalent. The intent of the H-1B provisions is to help employers who cannot otherwise obtain needed business skills and abilities from the U.S. workforce by authorizing the temporary individuals who are not otherwise authorized to work in the United States. The law establishes certain standards in order to protect similarly employed U.S. workers from being adversely affected by the employment of the non-immigrant workers, as well as to protect the H-1B non-immigrant workers. Employers must attest to the Department of Labor that they will pay wages to the H-1B non-immigrant workers that are at least equal to the actual wage paid by the employer to the workers with similar experience and qualifications for the job in question, or the prevailing wage for the occupation in the area of intended employment, whichever is greater. Key news, okay, well, just news, but that's the basic breakdown of what it is. It didn't say anything about you had to, be specifically from Chile or Singapore or any of that, and that's directly from the Department of Labor.gov.
Yeah, but I literally Googled it and the AI overview, that's what I read. So that's where it came from, guys. I wasn't trying to spread this information. I get all that now.
It's best to go to the actual source that handles labor certifications or non-immigrant visas, because AI is not foolproof.
I get that now. But my whole purpose of saying all that was pretty much, let me just say this. So I get y'all point. If that's the case, I get y'all point when y'all say that it ain't got really nothing to do with cheap labor, right? Because according to what we just read,
And I'm not the type of motherfucker to deny reality, according to what y'all just read. And I believe that these people were getting paid hefty salaries to come over here. So then my next question is this. Like, what the fuck is up with the American workforce? That I mean, is this not something the American government can change and incentivize people to do to go out here? Because I don't know nobody who, if given the opportunity to get into a high-paying tech job, they wouldn't take it, right? So I was like, what the fuck are they doing to kind of, if this even is the case, what are they kind of doing to make Americans suitable for these type of jobs? It's just a quick question. Not that nobody know it. I'm just.
Good question.
Just because the American workers want more money, they're going to take minimum wage.
Hey, we got into the point, brother. You know what I'm saying? He done told you we done moved into the golden age. You know, and that consists of the new technology that's going on. You know, we already accomplished the industrial and all this other stuff that was before the industrial. We really at the new tech age. You know, either you have the skills to do it or you don't. You know, that's why, you know, the younger generation, the younger kids, you know, if you got kids, you know, make sure you're doing math, bro. That's why they need the VAMP, US math, and bring in some new books for them. That's the work they're gonna be doing, man. I mean, the jobs are gonna be easy as hell. Program it to do this. Sit down and watch it do what it's supposed to do. That's it. And you're gonna be making $150,000 to $200,000 a year to do it. Simple as that.
Maybe if we put our kids in those type of programs while they was young, like we do football games and basketball and all this performative shit, then maybe we'll raise an army and a legion of individuals. Particularly, I'm speaking about black individuals, things like that. You feel me?
Sports scholarship so big, and you know, I mean, I'm not hating on people who do sports, but gotta look at the sports scholarships. People get those sports scholarships, and then they start thinking, hey, maybe I can make it to the NFL, maybe I can make it to the NBA. Quick come up, man. Can't never discount that.
Yeah, but then they can, you know, hurt themselves and things come into play with that too. I do feel him when he says that because that's all entertainment. Because if they don't make it, so it is still good to be educated along with the sports. Like both of them go hand in hand.
When you look at most of your famous players, the ones that dropped out of college, most of them have went back to get their education. You know why? Because that money started going, bro. They said, hey, I gotta retire. I want to have something. So they went there. A lot of them. Shaq went back to get his degree.
Hey, man. Yeah, I mean, I said this real quick. Do you think, real quick, do you think the black community would be different if it wasn't no fucking NFL, NBA, NCAA? If it wasn't none of that shit, we couldn't rely on none of that shit to get rich. Do you think black motherfuckers are going to other fields of business like tech and
See, this is where I think it becomes a little biased, and it's based on what other people determine is good or bad or a dumb job or a good job, because there's kids who grow up with dreams of doing this and playing sports and shit like that, and they're really, really fucking good at it. And to almost make that seem as if, let's say that wasn't a thing, but sports has always been a thing. So when would sports not be a thing?
It's a lot of fun.
Just I'm just saying. I'm saying hypothetically, real quick.
And you still can have an academic degree going into college, you know, where you get a full ride. My son, he got a full ride. He played football, you know what I'm saying? But it was for his brains, not because of what he was doing in sports.
Yeah, also, I have a problem when you have, in Black America, when you have more sports clubs or more sports entities to bring children and teach children to go into the NFL than you do have computer science labs and computer science children's think tanks to introduce them into tech, to get them into the medical field. I think Black America has to ask themselves this question. Why are there less Black students in medical school than in 1950?
That is a tragedy. That is a tragedy of epic proportions.
It's not a tragedy. We have not a tragedy, bro. Once you understand that that this medical field ain't what you thought it was, people not hopping into that shit and being indoctrinated by way of the medical field and pushing poison. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
All right.
So there's a lot. Hold on. There's a lot wrong. Hold on. There's a lot wrong with it because when you look at the studies, my brother, when you look at the Johns Hopkins University study, it shows the reason why you have high levels of Black infant mortality rates is because of the fact that there's not that many Black doctors. Black doctors are more apt to be more diligent in handling and that is
That's not true, bro. That's not true. Like that's really kids that do this better.
Hold on, this is the problem that I have.
Damn, that's my
This is the
bitch.
problem with this stage. You don't have to. I
That
don't
is
care what
my
you
big
believe.
bitch.
The facts don't care about your
Stop
feelings.
saying that it's the facts
You
and
don't
show
have.
us
You
something,
don't have
bro.
the
Stop
intelligence.
just hollering
You
out
don't
stuff
have
as
the
facts.
intelligence or the reason.
Stop just hollering out stuff as facts and put something in that chat.
That's what I will. Well, let me finish first. This is the problem that y'all do. Y'all,
Bro, we don't care about what you think.
what do you mean what I think? Let me make the point and then I'll put it in the chat. But you let me make the point first. Let me make the point first and then say, hey, brother, can you put that in the chat?
Do it simultaneously.
So my point is that y'all don't have the resources nor the intellect to counter the Johns Hopkins University study where they interviewed 180,000 doctors. Yes, it is a fact that the Black doctors tend to be more intuitive and tend to be more caring and more observant of Black patients' issues. Study after study show that just like there are studies that show when there's a Black man in the classroom, Black students do better. Not just a Black woman, but a Black man particularly. Black students excel better, and particularly Black men. So yes, the reason why we have infant mortalities and these things going on and high levels of Black people in terms of the disparities and pain medication and things like that is because we don't have enough Black doctors in the field. Study after study shows that. So that is a tragedy. Now, when you talk about medicine, there's something called preventative care. We don't have enough doctors in the field that deal with preventative Black doctors that deal with preventative care. So preventative care. Hold on, let me land. Damn.
My nigga, you not.
Y'all literally let everybody else talk for 5 minutes for the
Oh, bro.
Why do what I'm saying?
Black doctor. Let them finish.
Damn.
He just keeps saying the same shit over and
Preventative care stops Black folks from getting to the point where they have to take medication. And because we don't have enough Black internalists that are skilled in preventative care, we have all these different ailments where Black people lead in cancer, where Black people lead in all forms of illness because there's no preventative care Black doctors to assist and help our people understanding nutrition and understanding alternatives to pharmaceuticals. That's the issue. I understand you don't like it, bro.
Where's the Black Hawk when you need one? Land your plane, bro.
Can you share the microphone?
Hey, where's the Black Hawk when you need one? Land your plane, bro.
Let Sky go, man. Go ahead, Sky.
I don't have nothing to say. I was just trying to keep it one mic.
This is so irritating. What niggas is hollering. Niggas, bro, stop.
He will give you facts, but not necessarily the context. Yes, we understand the number of Black doctors has been declining since the 60s. But I think sometimes we come into these spaces and we say, why can't Black people do more of this and less of that? It's a great point, it's a great sentiment, but here's the context. And the reason why we have less Black doctors and the reason why we have less Black teachers is because our enemy understands everything you're saying. Number two, when we look at things like, have you guys ever seen the Maafa documentary talking about Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger and the letters between her and Dr. C.J. Gamble? The reason why we don't have as many doctors in preventative care or in the medical field is because exactly what you said, is that when patients are in the care of Black doctors, they get better care. So if we're in a system that wants to kill us, one of the ways that they can maintain the status quo, right, and continue to harm Black bodies is to make sure that we don't have enough Black people in there who care about preventative care, right? Secondly, we can look at the first institution in this country to have a doctorate program for Black doctors. And it was a very nefarious intent behind Howard University even being created. Howard University was not created because they wanted black folks to get an education. Howard University was created because of the mulatto children that many of the men who were actually lobbyists in Congress and congressional members themselves were creating so many mixed race babies of children in the Washington, D.C. area, right? Because you got to think about all the multi-millions and billions and now even trillions of dollars that leave Washington, D.C. People got to come to Washington, D.C. to get their check. So before that money goes back to Washington, before it goes back to California, before it goes back to Texas, it's in D.C. And many of these men, we know the proclivity of these same white men. These were the same white men who were helping themselves to our ancestors, men and women, and children. They didn't have any limits on their sexual proclivities with the bodies of black people during the period that we call slavery. So the bottom line is this. This is the reason why we get the first doctors at Howard University. It's also a reason why the men who created what's known as Sigma Pi Phi or the Boule or the talented 10th Negroes were all doctors. They were all doctors and dentists. All of the men, Algernon Jackson, Henry Key Minton, go back and look at the men who founded this foundational institution of a secret society fashioned after Greeks and fashioned after Skull and Bones at Yale. Black folks didn't get out there and say, we want to create something original. You could go read Charles H. Wesley's book. He's the official historian of the Divine Nine, specifically of Sigma Pi Phi. And the reason they created Sigma Pi Phi, these black men who had been allowed to get a doctorate in dentistry and in general medicine, internal medicine, these men were almost exclusively the children, the byproducts of mixed race relationships, right? And in almost every case, the father was a white man who then sent his mixed race son to these schools and to these colleges to become some of the first black physicians in our community. This is what you call social stratification, how groups of individuals end up in the places that they end up within a social hierarchy and a social frame. So the reason why we don't have black educators is because we know what black educators would do to the quality of education with black people. It would increase it. So if we think racism and white supremacy is real, it is not just hanging niggas from the tree. It's not just lynching you. It is also miseducating you. It is also creating circumstances under which that you will not survive the quality of life index, right? And so this is the reason why we don't have more black doctors, is because of the competency in care. We can look at the statistics of black women dying 4 to 1 when at the hands of labor delivery of a white doctor, right? So I just wanted to add that piece, the context around why we don't have these black doctors. We don't have these black doctors because niggas just like to play basketball. That's not what it is. It's because there are no impediments to a black person who wants to play basketball. Nothing within white supremacy structure has said, let's keep black people from playing basketball. If anything, they have encouraged it.
Hey, real quick.
Right?
Hey, Rabbi, we do better when we got Silky.
Just real quick. Can I go ahead and get in first, right? So, I challenge that though, actually, real quick. I challenge that though on,
Terrence, let's pass the mic. Let's pass the mic to Harriet first. And then
all right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Harriet.
Oh, thank you. You remembered. I was trying to chime in on the black doctor conversation in terms of the research. And I understand where you're coming from. And I have this conversation with a lot of my homegirls that are into like holistic healing and things like that. The mechanics of the body, the way our body works, the way viruses work, the way bacteria works, it's just in general, a lot of that is missing. Like, when you talk to people who are into holistic healing, and I'm not saying holistic healing is not real, it's what I'm saying is it's typically like preventative. A lot of stuff that keeps you healthy and keeps your body operating, even if you have something wrong with you. But the research involved in medicine, I feel like it's fundamental and it's missing, especially being a woman. Like, for instance, birth control, the way birth control affects a young woman's body is there's so much misinformation and there's just not enough research. They'll give you a hormone and tell you it's going to do one thing and it does another, especially as a woman giving birth. That contributes to, high infant mortality rates and just complications with black women because, the studies are not done on our bodies. Just recently they came out and said women we have different symptoms when we are about to have a heart attack. So the whole time doing first aid growing up, telling us, oh, your people gonna show these signs, and now it's changed because we have more research and it shows that women's bodies are different. We typically do these studies on white men, right? So I feel like even if you believe in holistic healing, I think it's important to understand the mechanics of the body and how things affect us specifically and how our body operates as Black women. Another thing is that Black women, we hold a lot of our trauma and stress. When we have mental health issues, we experience body pains and migraines and aches, and that's different than other races of women. So when your body hurt, your feet hurt, your headache, you got a headache, you experience irritability, you may just, that may be a mental health issue.
I think
So,
to classify as it's different than other race of women. As far as I know, everyone gets headaches, everyone gets stomach aches, everyone gets diarrhea, everyone gets those common things that we get as human beings. It's almost like mentally.
Nigga, maybe you.
Man, shut up, bro. Mentally, yes, the fuck you do, like knock it off, nigga. You done been that bitch peeing out your ass, like knock it off. It's almost like mentally we almost tend to think that we're a different species than other human beings, and we're not. And when I hear people say, well, we go through things that they don't go through, it's like, how do you know that? Because you're not them. You can't say that a white woman or an Asian woman or a Mexican woman doesn't get headaches and migraines and emotional spurts and heat and hot flashes and shit like that, because they're all human beings with menstrual cycles and ovaries and all the other stuff that you good women got that causes you guys to go through these situations that us men don't.
that's true, but what I'm saying was there is a research that shows that women of colors, their mental health problems tend to more than likely, when it's rare in other groups of people, manifest in their bodies. So when we're having pains and aches and stuff in our bodies, we're sick. A lot of times that'd be because of mental problems or mental or stress or strain or something like that.
No, you're
That's
right.
what I'm saying. But those are just research. That's research based. So when a woman is showing up, with these set of symptoms, they can easily be misdiagnosed to have something else. So people be like, "Oh, are you pregnant?" No, I'm not pregnant. Oh, you just a Black lady that's stressed the fuck out, like, and now your back hurt.
But I don't think though when he's saying it's not a black or white thing, like everybody do it, like even men, and what you're saying, if they're stressed out or worried or something, they can carry a headache, they can have back pain just as well. So that's more of a, like, stress can come in all types of forms.
Yeah, I
don't really think it's a shortage of Black doctors, in my personal opinion. Especially the guy mentioned John Hopkins, bro. I live in Washington, D.C. right now.
Hopkins. Cut me right on up. Like, wow.
Oh, go ahead, my bad. I ain't one of them rude ass clubhouse dudes, I swear, bro. Go ahead, my fault. Let me come in after you.
I am.
But I was done, but go ahead. But yeah, we wasn't talking about that. Back to the subject.
Hey, guy, I want them rude motherfuckers, guy.
Oh,
I ain't
tell me that, bro.
I ain't too emotional to the point where y'all call me next time. Nah, I ain't doing all that. But like this.
Wait a minute, was that ink?
It ain't no damn shortage on Black doctors. It's a shortage on niggas that believe in other niggas. They don't think we could be doctors and shit. And then they take the percentage, and what they're comparing those percentages to is the entire white population's percentage, regardless of the fact that we only make up about 14%, and so they say, of this population. So the numbers ain't number. You feel me? That's more than enough doctors. Our 4-5% is more than enough doctors to take care of the 14%. That's
really
just regular fucking math.
When a guy, he was talking about John Hopkins, I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm in Baltimore all the time. Like, John Hopkins, predominantly Black. He like, predominantly Black or African.
Go to John Hopkins, you right. And it wasn't what would happen. So next time they hit you.
Let me land after that.
Oh, and next time they hit, no, just saying. But next time they hit you with that, just ask them, what do you expect? 50% Black doctors? Because that would be weird as fuck, right?
Yeah, well, my thing is, if I don't think the mortality rate has nothing to do, and it's old, but I'm saying I don't think the mortality rate has anything to do with
a lack of black doctors or infants getting a lack of infants getting black care. I highly doubt that's it. If they are surviving at a higher rate, it's probably because black motherfuckers care about their own time more. Like a black doctor will investigate more in terms of a baby, a sick black baby, than a white doctor would, because just inherently they probably don't even give a shit for real, because they look at that baby as something like subhuman and shit.
No, what
King
was actually saying was it's by design that they're not pushing African Americans towards that. They more so push them. It's by design towards sports more so. That's what we were talking about.
Now I want to talk about what King said. I was actually he left though. Abraham. He was basically saying
that subject still.
About data and was like earlier about, gee, why don't the HBCUs do a study on this and do a study on that? So that clued in my mind that, okay, they want to actually get to real results so we can figure out real issues and figure out a way to fix them. And how you do that is you do real ground studies that are very well put together, if you will, to get you to understand what is actually going on among large populations of people and how could we come up with solutions to solve that. So John Hopkins, they've done these studies, my good brother, to show that for whatever reason, when black women have white doctors, okay, there's all these issues and shit around pregnancy and things like that. That is real data in real time. That is not like, oh, they just pulling that shit out their ass, okay? Now, what I would say is this here, whether the doctor is white or black, in the modern era, you know, seeing that we have the internet and all that stuff, I'm not saying go with the first thing you see. Do your research, right? Get a little bit deep a little bit, right? I get it, you know, people don't have the time all the time, but when you got a little bit of time, get a little bit deep. Be your own advocate, though, for your own health. Because at the end of the day, whether that doctor is white or black, that is going to help you the most when you are your own advocate. When it's not just you in the doctor's office and the doctor's telling you things and you're like, yes. Because let's be real about something. And I'll end right here. Doctors are not trained in nutrition. They get very few hours of nutrition. They don't even, a lot of these doctors, listen, my doctor, when I was 33, I've been a vegan for damn near 10 years now. When I went to the doctor at 32, not 33, my cholesterol was well over 200. Well over 200. And the doctor told me, say, you too young to have cholesterol at high, man. You know, and this is a white guy, but you know what he told me? He said, I'm not going to put you on a statin because I believe you can bring that cholesterol down. And when he told me that changed my whole mentality, everything just fucking, it's like a light switched on for me. Because, and I never forgot that. He could have put me on the statin and told me to get the fuck out of his office, but he didn't do that. And I changed my lifestyle. I'm not saying you have to do what I did. Do your thing. What I'm saying is be your own advocate, man. Do research. Find out about things as a woman. Find out about things as a man. Okay, figure out what foods, you know what I'm saying, promote female health the most. To be your own advocate. That's the best thing. Whether the doctor's black, white, Chinese, because doctors are not trained in nutrition. They're trained in diagnosing and prescribing. That's what their ass is trained.
Hey, look, it's just like the cancer association. Like they receive almost damn near $100-something billion in donations and funding. Still ain't found to end cancer yet. It's almost like this stuff is never ending, and it's just a big money laundering scheme when it comes to these organizations saying that they're here to do a job that they never get fucking done. As other countries soar past this and say, oh, we got to kill cancer. We doing this and we getting this, and they ain't got a cancer organization. They just got a bunch of doctors doing what they're supposed to be doing in science and studying researchers.
Well, actually, it's just natural. Like, it's natural ways to get rid of all that. They just not going to tell us. Dr. Sebi, I mean, that's why you're not here today.
Take care.
Just one more quick thing. You do know that not all, and I just want to say, because there's balance there. Because Dr. Sebi, I'm glad you brought that up. That's one of my guys. Like for me, Doctor, I don't agree with everything he said, but that dude, for me, that's my guy. But even I heard Dr. Sebi said, he said, I'm not telling doctors like we don't need doctors or any of that. Because doctors, hell, your ass going to the ER, goddammit, you know, after a car crash and you're like split open, you hoping that doctor gonna save your life. All of that shit you talking about doctors go out the window when he got the techniques and the tools and the know-how to save your life in that moment. So it's not throwing out doctors, but you got people who are MDs, who have PhDs in the medical field and public health that are doing good work, that advocate and they go against their own field. Brother, Dr. Milton Mills, he sued the United States government because they were still recommending milk to black people, knowing that the majority of black African Americans are lactose intolerant. They cannot digest the double sugar bonds that come in milk. We can't digest it. Heavy farming and gassy and all of that. Trust me, I know my household, my own family, had a house spanking drinking that damn milk. And he sued the government because he said, this is a brother who's an MD. He said they are still recommending milk and promoting that shit to black people, knowing that they know the science has clearly shown in human studies, not in mice studies, not in vitro, not in cohorts, and controlled trials that black people are lactose intolerant. And
done. Hold on, done. It's done.
Drink lactose milk. That is not drinking that regular milk.
Yeah, I know. Listen, look, check this out. I don't like this shit right here. Were y'all aware that Zelensky, that the Ukrainian people are posting all type of shit because Putin tried to have a ceasefire deal today and Putin rejected it. He rejected the ceasefire. Were y'all aware of that?
Yeah, Zelensky said he was going to do it, though. He told Trump them in the White House when they were yelling at him. He said the dude is going to reject the deal, bro. Like,
no,
he told
Zelensky rejected the deal. Crazy? Are you not listening to me? What's wrong with you motherfuckers?
You said Putin, fam.
Yeah, I said Putin rejected the deal for a ceasefire, and Zelensky rejected the ceasefire.
Can you get the source for that? Cause I like to check sources because
Putin rejected the ceasefire.
No, the fuck he did not. Zelensky did. Zelensky did that.
March 6, 2025, Russian President Vladimir Putin has firmly rejected recent ceasefire proposals concerning the ongoing conflict in Ukraine.
Somebody in the chat said it.
Zelensky ain't got the power to really reject the ceasefire. He ain't got that power.
Power to do that. He's only surviving because the United States funded him.
Putin started the war. He is the reason for this. You know what I'm saying? Zelensky want the ceasefire. Putin started the fucking fire around his mouth.
You see what he did when Trump froze that fucking that military aid going to Ukraine. That motherfucker got right and made a statement saying, you know what? I'd like to apologize to Trump and the American people, and hopefully we'll do a deal soon or some shit like that. He said it was some type of statement he issued like MSNBC, CNN, one of them things. But soon Trump said, hey, we pausing that military aid. That motherfucker got his act again.
What was he gonna do outside of that when he was the one that came there, begging them to continue the aid? Of course he was gonna do that. Actually, bro, all due respect, I don't care about one of them. Okay, both of them. Neither, I don't really get for hand or horse in that race. But what I can say respectfully is that I felt that just my humble opinion. You can disagree with me, that's fine. I felt that JD Vance was highly disrespectful in that moment. It's just like, dude, you really, bro, you haven't thanked us one time. It's like, dude, this dude is here begging you, like, dude, I need your help. Of course he don't have no chips. You're telling him things he already know. He would, if he didn't know that, he wouldn't be there begging your ass for the goddamn money. So you dudes yelling at him, telling him, you're not gonna win this, you're not gonna win it. It's like, of course he knows I can't win unless you help.
Begging for money, bro. What are you talking about?
Right, like why are you making him fight for his country good and want to put his country first? Hold on, Bubba. Alright, Kyle, stop saying that. Let him.
He was there asking for money, bro.
Hold on, bro. You gotta look at the fact that he came here. He already knew the deal. All he had to do was just sign it. He didn't have to come out and get to talking crazy to Trump and Vance. All he had to do is just sign the deal. Station, say what he needs to say at the news station and keep it moving. Sign the deal. The deal was made over the phone, bro.
He just supposed to be coming here to sign it. That's it.
I watched that deal, though. Nothing crazy that dude said to them. I looked at it twice.
I tell you done. If I tell you, listen to me, Don. Okay, so yeah, I know, Don. I know you got weapons and shit, but you gonna feel it. Does this sound like I'm threatening you?
No, he's telling you that, hey.
Wait, pause for a second, Don. Listen to me.
No, I'm saying
If
no.
I tell you what you're gonna feel, you don't take that as a threat.
No, the context of what he was saying.
That's crazy, bro.
No, hold up, bro. The context, at least what I gathered, okay, I'm just speaking from my perspective. I could be wrong, brother. I'm not in on them discussions. I'm just outsider looking. The context, when I watched it, and I watched it twice, the context and what I gathered from that is what he was saying was, and I can be wrong, is that, hey, man, if you don't help me stop this guy, because he's not going to stop, because he's broken every ceasefire that we've had, if you don't help me stop this guy, you thinking, okay, yeah, you got water in between you and him, he's going to be on boats or planes or whatever coming over here to get you. That's the context I gathered from that.
Threat. I know that's making a threat, saying what you assume a person's gonna do when Trump was in office. Zelensky ain't do Putin didn't do a motherfucking thing. That's what Trump keeps trying to tell him. I know he broke his agreement with everybody else because he don't respect him, and they don't respect him. They have no type of relationship to where anything that they say he's gonna uphold, because he don't trust these people the same way that they don't trust him. Me and him have a decent relationship because we went through the same thing with this shitty ass government called the United States of America. So therefore, he trusts me. I wouldn't make a deal if I thought he was gonna break the fucking deal. So therefore, for you to keep asking me, as this mineral deals is being signed in this ceasefire, and we're gonna put our people over there to mine minerals, you think he's gonna break this and end up going to war with the United States? He's not. So for Zelensky to keep sitting there in the middle of that press asking, hey, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Can you give us more? Can you do? It's like, bro, why are you doing all that, bro? Like, we ain't talked about this shit already. Why is you doing that from the TV?
More or details on security guarantees. He was just asking for security guarantees. I just want to, if you said you're going to protect me, how? Because the last time you said this in 2014,
no, he didn't say that.
They invaded my territory with the Budapest Memorandum. You know what I'm saying?
Why is it not registered in y'all brain that when Trump was in office, they didn't do anything at all?
We're talking about America in general. He was saying that when America...
You can't do that. Listen to what I'm saying. You can't take other people's relationship flaws and throw them on somebody else and say, well, he consistently been breaking the agreement. I know with them, but not with me though. I got evidence to show you he didn't break it with me. So why do you think now he's gonna break it?
$200 is always $1,200 apparently.
If you're in a situation and you going through it with some dude somewhere and then somebody else pull up
$200
and say, hey, I got your back.
Is
so
$1,200
you start talking
repair.
louder because you heard somebody say they got your back.
$200
so
repair is $1,200
that
repair.
motherfucker gone. The big dude with the muscles that said he had your back, he gone. And now you getting your ass whooped because somebody said they had your back. Now that happened 10, that happened 10 years ago.
No, that's
now
not the situation.
Fast forward to today, because they invaded Crimea 10 years ago.
Bro, that's not the situation though.
So fast forward to today, after the Budapest Memorandum wasn't upheld. Now you got Trump saying, "Hey, bro, give me your minerals, bro. Like I'm gonna take care of you, man. I'm gonna give you the security."
No, it's not.
He say, man, I need the security guarantees.
Look,
please. This is what he has to
Sucks, but you're back on the road.
Hey, just give me your minerals.
Back to the
trying to
gym.
big boy him out of some bitch. We done gave you $170 billion, nigga. You owe me those minerals.
Back to the gym.
No return on this investment that I've made in your ass more than any other country that's supposed to be your goddamn ally. So based on this, you need to give us some of this shit that you're not using so that you can balance out this motherfucking check sheet that from all this money that we've given you that you've done nothing in return for us for. That's not an ally. That's a person that's using you.
Well, I can say this. First they were saying it was $300 billion, and then they checked them because they said the independent agency coming out of Germany.
Bro, I don't care nothing about that. It's a bunch of billions, bro. I don't care nothing about the exact number. It's a whole bunch of billions that these niggas owe us, bro.
You can't just be throwing stuff against the wall.
I said 170. Why are you talking about 300?
Well, I'm just saying, because now the story's
300 though. See how you trying to bring in some incorrect information just to come back and say the same thing I just said?
They said it. Hold on. They said it.
I ain't talking about what they said. I'm talking about what I just said.
Fuck them. They said 300 billion. They're the ones who said it. They said it. I didn't say that. They said it. So you can't incorrect. Well, go to them. They're the ones who made that claim. And then they switched it when the people from Germany who ain't got nothing. Germany, they checked them on that and said, hold up, buddy, we do accurate tracking.
What you want to move to Ukraine or something?
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying, hold up. What my point I'm making is that all I'm saying is, from my perspective, I have to be careful when I'm listening to these people and just not take their word for everything and what they're saying. And this is one thing I didn't understand. And I'll land right here. Just simply put, let me say this. When Trump said, when he was in that meeting, he said, "Hey, what am I going to do, man? Am I going to sit up here on camera and talk shit about the Russian guy, Putin, and yada yada, then get on the phone with him and be like, hey, man, how's the deal going? You want to do the deal?" I'm like, okay, you know what, Trump, that makes sense. That does make sense. Why am I just gonna lambast the guy on the camera and then go and try to?
Hey, look, Don, hold on, Don. But here's the Don. Hold on, just slow down, bro.
I'm gonna finish the point before I go. I thought
slow down, bro.
I am moving slow. I just want to finish the one point that I'm making. This is one point and I'm done. I understand that and I respect that when he said that. But what threw me for a loop, okay, because that I understand. What threw me for a loop is when he started saying that Zelensky is a dictator and started the war. I'm like, doesn't that type of mindset go for the other side as well? Because I thought it was a good thing that he said. Simple.
Trump clearly stated, I'm not on either side. I'm on the side of humanity. I want people to stop dying. I'm not on your side. I'm not on his side. I just want shit to stop. I just want the bullets to stop flying. He says, hey, well, Zelensky Putin is a criminal and he's a dictator. He's all this shit. He wants Trump to now support what he's saying. And with Trump, like, bro, I ain't trying to do all that because we ain't gonna make no deals. Ain't shit gonna get done doing shit like that.
Trump called him a dictator, though. Trump called Zelensky a dictator.
Have you seen? Wait, pause.
Yeah, I saw.
Have you seen those videos? Hold on, y'all. Have y'all seen those videos of what they're doing in Ukraine to regular men out on the street?
Here we go.
Because that shit was going on over here. The fucking country would be in an uproar with motherfuckers just knocking people off their bikes and throwing them in vans and putting them in motherfucking armor fatigues and sending them to the front line. Every one of us would have a problem with that. But somehow, some way, Zelensky's right for doing what the fuck he's doing to the people in his country.
I ain't never seen that. I need documentation on that bullshit.
I'm gonna post it. I'm about to post it.
Zelensky ain't got the power to do nothing he doing right now, bro. He ain't got the fucking power. That's like you got your 18-year-old son living with you. And he 18 now, and he can go out and he old enough to live on his own and go on about his business, but he living with you. He's still under your roof. And then he get to talking back to you and start acting like you ain't paying for his fucking bills and paying for the roof over his head and paying to put food in his mouth, and he keep getting indignant. You gonna kick his ass out. Zelensky, bro, Trump like, bro, you in here talking shit. We done gave you, and the number was over 400 billion, 200 billion unaccounted for. So they basically try to say he's stealing the whole time. But he like, bro, you really ain't got no leg in this fucking fight. If we wanted to, we can fucking, you asking for security guarantees, we can just lift our hands with the whole, dust our hands with this whole fucking situation and just let Putin wipe you off the face of the fucking map. Take the fucking deal.
You too.
But that's what he's saying, bro. He's saying, take the deal, and let's end this fucking shit, and we can start doing business, start mining these fucking minerals, and people can stop fucking dying. Cause for real, bro, Putin can take Ukraine. If it wasn't the U.S. behind him, he would have been took Ukraine.
Wait. The European nations are not going.
I'm still how it's so easy that Donald Trump, which again, I agree with him when he said, hey, man, I ain't finna be lambasting Putin on camera and then turn around and call him and say, hey, you ready to do the deal? I'm like, that makes sense. There you go. That's some of that so-called art of negotiating that they claim he's so astute. He's the okay. There you go. I give you that. But then you turn around and call this guy a dictator and say that he started the war. The goddamn officials, spokespeople for Russia, they're fucking praising this nigga Trump. Like, yeah, bro. And they said, I don't know how JD and Trump can just sit there, how they're not beating this guy ass by now. Y'all should be beating his ass. It's like, dude, you're telling them exactly what they want to hear. And listen, I think Ukrainians are racist as hell. Okay, I've seen enough data in my own personal research to come to the conclusion that them niggas is racist as hell. But to just outright call that man the dictator, but not call the other guy who literally poisons and he gunned down one of his rivals at the fucking prison in front of him.
Threw another one out the window.
I'm just like, dude, come on.
He threw another one out the window. So yeah.
More American politicians need to be thrown out of the window as well by You know, like that. Not for nothing. Like people been used to do tactics like that back in the days, espionage type stuff. If we was, and please don't accuse me of being mean for
No.
saying this, but a lot of our politicians need to be thrown out the fucking window. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Who would you start with? I'm curious. Who would you start with? Who would you start with?
Okay, great question too.
I said, who should she start?
So great question. I would probably start with Auntie Maxine with the wig.
You wouldn't start with Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Ain't nothing wrong with Maxine Waters here.
You wouldn't start with
Hey,
Marjorie Taylor
now
Greene?
you want to kill Maxine?
She'd be probably a little bit further down the line, but the next person after that,
What
that I
about
would probably say, Nancy Pelosi. She could get thrown off the top of the building. Yeah.
What about Bobby? Having sex with her boyfriend at the play and shit like that. What about that helper?
I'm talking about them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That bitch need to go to.
Who you calling Bobby?
You talking about Lauren?
Bobby, whatever her damn name is. Dark haired lady with the glasses.
Lauren Boebert from Colorado.
You know who I would throw out too? That's a dude before he kicks his own bucket. Mitch McConnell, I would definitely drop him from down an elevator shaft.
Well, I just think they trying to switch the combo because I posted the links in the chat about Zelensky rejecting the meeting and the ceasefire and putting it on, basically saying, well, because Putin didn't do it the last time as motherfucker. So why did he want the money in the first place? I'm not understanding why he's refusing to go sit down with them. I ain't gonna get into all that. Y'all just gonna have to do your research. But low key, they did shit for the United States. The highlights of the United States and Ukrainian exchange has literally been us carrying them. The highlights of what they have given us is cultural and educational exchange. That's the biggest. That ain't that. I don't give a damn about.
Hey Butters, I swear to God, man, I need a soundbite. I hope this room is taped because I need to go back to Mitch McConnell. Man,
yeah, I would definitely. I want him before he dies. I would like to for Mitch McConnell to like fall down like a really long flight of steps. That would be dope. You know what? Who I want Daniel Cameron to hold his hand on the way down.
Hey,
that's what I would like to do. I would kick Daniel Cameron down a flight of steps.
Daniel Cameron's good.
Remember when the cop killed Breonna Taylor, Mitch McConnell was the one in the Senate talking about the jury, the judge got it right, and these dudes are innocent. And it's a shame and a travesty what those cops were taken through and all that. You know, from Kentucky, Senator from Kentucky.
You so you're 100% correct, man. Mitch McConnell was on that, and Daniel Cameron tried to cover it up also, man.
And you know what, just to add to what y'all was saying about, don't be so upset when these world leaders kill their fucking oppositions. And this is long. They've been doing this for many, many years. It's like not new. And not for nothing, the Americans soon get rowdy with it like the French did at the Bastille and let them heads roll with them guillotines. Y'all remember some years back? Before COVID, when they started importing those body bags and guillotines coming through, y'all forgot about that? That they were importing guillotines into America and body bags?
I've never seen a guillotine in America ever in life.
Okay, I'm gonna find the article just for you and put it into the chat because I know we didn't forget about that.
But not no damn guillotine ever in life.
Yeah, real quick. And this actually, did y'all see when Mitch McConnell was on some type of podium somewhere talking, and his ass had some type of dementia brain fart, and it was stuck in his trance and shit?
And then that lady came over and touched him, and then he started moving.
That was classic TV right there. Mitch McConnell staring like a doe in the headlights, just staring off. He doodled on himself.
Hey, real quick, I want to ask a question I was asking earlier, but the person who I was asking, oh, she back. she couldn't answer the question, but again, it's switching topics. A lot of the people who was caping for Jasmine Crockett, I asked them to name 3 things that she's done for her district that's notable, and nobody did it. So I was just trying to challenge. You ain't necessarily gotta be somebody that's caping for Jasmine Crockett. You can just be an opposer of Jasmine Crockett. But if you know some monumental and quintessential thing she did for her constituents, I would love to know just 3
Well,
receipts.
she won an award for 5-pound eyelashes.
So I can answer that as soon as you answer what the fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene did for hers.
Bro, why do you keep jumping to somebody else, bro? We talk about Jasmine Crockett. Every time somebody says something about Jasmine Crockett, you take away from all of this and put it on somebody else.
I heard one of the we want to be fair. Hold on, bro. We want to talk about her. I just want to be fair.
All right, we gonna talk about her. Let's focus on Jasmine now. All right, hold up, bro. We talking, bro. Hold up. We gonna get to her, bro. Like, if you want to dissect her and what she doing, let's do that. But I'm saying let's stick to Jasmine because she is the title of the room. What has she done? 3 things, bro. That's all I'm
The problem with your question. The problem with your question is that there is not one person in Congress that has done anything outstanding for their community. With the exception of, no, there isn't one that you can write anything notable. Not one.
Okay, but man, just to kind of back him up on what he just said, just kind of focus on that right there. I mean, just everybody block out everybody else that could possibly do something wrong. The only thing he said was, can somebody, anybody with all the degrees and all the smartness that you have, can y'all give just 3 just of her? If there's none that anybody can give, then I think that kind of says something. But just, can anybody just give for anything that she's done for her constituents like he had? Just her, nobody else.
Wow. So again, when you're in Congress, it's not about you writing bills by yourself. It's about you actively playing a role in pushing the bill. So any bill that has been written, let's say Democracy for Restoration Act, again, you can put these things up. Any type of housing voucher enhancements, abortion care awareness. There's like so many different just bills and legislation that's pushed through that has her hand, or she read it, or she, gave a thumbs up. That's what they're there for. It's not about, it's like being on a team. Everybody not going to dunk the ball and be able to grab the microphone and say, I'm the MVP of tonight. But everybody played a role. It's the same thing in Congress. So you try to say, what has she done? What has she done? What have you seen Congress do?
All right, but what I'm saying is a lot of them don't put their John Hancock on shit unless they get some type of concessions for their constituents. Like,
which is
hey,
true, but I'll give you something real quick.
Hold up, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
And I'm not, and y'all know I'm not in favor of Jasmine, but I also believe in giving the facts, right? So I was waiting to see if anyone was gonna address it. So it's kind of along with what Marcus said, except for Jasmine has actually written and filed bills that have been successfully signed into law, and I think her background in dealing with law has been a big factor in that, which again is a very strong asset if it was being used in the right way. The bills that now, I don't know which of all of these that she filed were the ones that were successfully signed into law, but I do know they included a criminal justice reform, which I thought was odd. For her running for Democrats, and they don't really promote that at all. But anywho, criminal justice reform. What else was it? Food deserts, and just more so like systematic issues around Texas. So primarily barriers affecting Black businesses, et cetera, et cetera. She's actually wrote those bills, so she's strong. In that retrospect, I just don't think she's using her talents wisely or in the right way or for the right part.
If I'm being honest with you, that was so vague. I literally didn't walk away with no new information after that. Like,
I didn't ask you. I gave you a chance for it.
But hold up, bro. You said, oh yeah, she had something to do with or signed bills that had something to do with criminal justice reform. You ain't say which bill. You know what I'm saying? You said
not that she signed them. I said she actually filed them, meaning she wrote them. She's responsible for producing those bills. Yes, and filed. So there's no one. Well, there's no one author. That's where the disconnect is coming from. Your understanding.
No, yes it is.
We could say she's the author, but she's gonna take, to your point, from her constituents. I was not disagreeing with you, but I wasn't just gonna not give the facts if you're having a misunderstanding of what I'm saying. So she's actually filed. There's not too many people who can say that they filed bills, like went and actually did the process on creating and filing bills that were passed. I just gave you the one. I gave you the one that she did.
Criminal justice.
I don't know. I'm not a fucking legal library. I just know what they were for.
Nah, but y'all keep doing this though. Yo, bro,
yeah, there is no y'all. She wrote one. She wrote something for criminal justice reform. She wrote something for food deserts. She did some things about what's called systematic issues for Texas. She did some for environmental justice, which. So, I mean, you just have to research those are the bills.
All right, I'm real. I can't learn shit from you. If I can't learn shit in this room, I would.
Hold on a second, yo. I see 10 laws that she either introduced or co-sponsored that became law, right? 10 of them. There's 10. So here's the thing. Now, out of all of these things, I don't see anything that assisted her constituents, which is a black community, from what everybody's telling me, is all black. Her district, where she represents, right? But I'm gonna read these 10 to you, all right? And to me, this shit's crazy. The first one was a commission. This became law. A commission to study the potential transfer of the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution Act. That's the first one. She did that for Jewish people. The second one, which became law, is a FIFA
law
World Cup, which is soccer, 2026 Commemorative Coin Act. Another one that became law, to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1535 East Los Albanos Boulevard in Brownsville, Texas, as the First Lieutenant Andres Zermino Post Office Building. I guess she did that for the Mexicans. The fourth one is the Grant Transparency Act of 2023. I don't know what that is. Y'all can look into that. The fifth one, D.C. Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act. The sixth one, U.S. Congressman Sam Johnson Memorial VA Clinic Act. The seventh one is to designate, that's another postal service dedicated to Lance Corporal David Lee Espinosa.
War.
Let's see here. The eighth one she got that became law is Dr. Emmanuel Bill Rackus and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. The ninth one is Everett Alvarez Jr. Congressional Gold Medal Act of 2023. And the last one is the Social Security Fairness Act of 2023. So she got 10 that she's been a part of that became law. Now she is either a sponsor or co-sponsor for many others that's out there right now. But I don't see anything that is, I don't see anything that is
none that matter.
Particularly addressing her specific constituents to help them out. So while everybody is talking about, they love her and she's done this, that, and the third, she ain't did shit. The only thing I seen she did was something for Jewish people and some Mexicans.
Well, we're paying her. That's why I said that she's probably, and they probably use her. Now that I think about it, since she is noted to have so many of them passed, because I just learned something. I didn't know what laws it was, right? But they're probably using her to write them. That's why she's credited to get them, write them and submit them, and why she's accredited of having so many that have been passed. But I thank you for that because it shows exactly what people are saying. She's using the shit.
From 2023 to 2024, right? 8,000 bills. Only 1.7% was passed. So even though people write these bills, they trying to enact these bills, only a small percent of the bills are passed historically. So people, these congressmen and women, they go down there, they write these deals, they got these big dreams and, these constituents, they tell them, they go up there and put this in play. It don't always work. So I just want to throw that out there. Even though y'all saying she don't have a lot of bills and this and that, only 4% is approved historically.
Yeah, let's remember something.
No one's saying that.
Hold on for a second. Let's remember something.
Actually, I think it's weird that she has that many that have actually been signed in the law. And I think it's even more weirder with you making that statement that none of them really were for the Black community. But that's just my...
Well, I'm on her site right now. This is billtrack50.com, where they have a list of all of the bills. And then most of these are in committee still because Republicans control both houses. So it's going to be hard for her as a Democrat to get things passed. But she got this HR HJ Rest 63, redesignated Robert E. Lee Memorial as the Arlington House National Historic Site. HR 14 to demand Voting Rights Act of 65 to revise the criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions are subject to Section 4 of the Act. And for other purposes, HR 20 to amend the National Labor. Now, all of these, what I'm naming, are in committee. HR 20 to name to amend the National Labor Relations Act, the Labor Management Relations Act 1947, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959, and for other purposes, HR 51, Washington, D.C. Admission Act, a bill providing for the admission of the state of Washington, D.C. into the Union. The first one was the one I read before that one about the HR 20, about the voting rights, whatever, to amend the National Labor Relations Act, the Labor Management Relations Act 1947, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959 for other purposes. You got HR 212, Capital Reimbursement Act.
If anybody's following you along, are following along with you, because you just talking and ain't ask nobody. She ain't even took a breath to give motherfuckers some breathing room.
I just fucking started 2 seconds ago, and you
ain't just started no 2
you fucking whining already.
Yo, you been sitting in this bitch.
You just read 10 things, and I read fucking 3, and you're fucking whining. He read 10, and I read fucking 3, and you're fucking whining. Like, stop fucking with the whining.
Hold on. Because he's right. How many are you going to read? 300?
No, I'm not going to read 300. I'm just going to read one more, and I'm going to shut the hell up because I get the whining. I get it. People don't like her in here. Oh, my God. Can I read it? Okay, HR, this is the last one. HR 387, Texas Agricultural Producers Assistance Act, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to submit to Congress a report on available assistance to agricultural producers in the state of Texas that have suffered economic losses due to the failure of Mexico to deliver water. Okay, then you have HR 388,
Stop, my nigga. Like,
I get it.
Ain't nobody asking him.
Hate the sister.
Y'all check this out. She was already doing her thing before Congress. She was a U.S. representative before she became a congresswoman.
Texas
doing her thing, man. This ain't that new. Now I want y'all to know this too.
Trying to find the lover.
We
Trying to
assume
find
that
love.
she's a politician. She was a civil rights
Trying to
attorney
find
first.
love.
Doing the work for us. Pro bono, for free sometimes. Looking out for you and your people. You know what I'm saying?
They don't even know that. They don't even know that.
That's what she was doing.
We knew that. What are you talking about? You think we open this room without doing research on that bozo? We been doing that.
You wouldn't be hating on it.
Why I got to do
You wouldn't be hating on it right now if you did the research.
Thank you.
Staying out of home.
So can I just add in that the things she did pro bono was for Black Lives Matter?
Exactly.
Oh my God, it's never enough with you people. Now it's another level to it. Well, it wasn't for this group of black
Is
people.
something wrong with
And
that?
you black people complain about everything.
She didn't say anything wrong, bro. You just triggered by what she said. You just triggered by what she said.
Y'all just can't stand the
Yeah,
woman.
I don't know why you're so upset. All I did was say who she did the pro bono work for. If you don't like Black Lives Matter, or you do like Black Lives Matter, it's nobody's business. I'm just saying who she did the pro bono work for.
Hold on, Don. Look. I'm glad Spark came up here because Spark, you was in the chat. You was like, fuck them people out there in the district that she represents. I don't think you're going to South Dallas with that attitude. I don't think you're walking around South Dallas talking about fuck the Southern Dallas people.
Definitely not disrespecting because Jasmine Crockett is the only one that's been elected to represent her district. So basically, when you're, basically Congress is insider trading. If you're not going in there with the intentions to bring resources back to your community, then it's Jasmine Crockett is the only one as an elected official that can say fuck the folks. I would never touch down in Dallas and disrespect anybody like that. If I'm gonna touch down, I'm gonna bring some information to the table that can say, hey, for that Davis Love Airport out there, it's a couple $1 billion worth of contracts that need to be going to black contractors. The same thing Marion Barry did. The same thing Maynard Jackson did in Atlanta, and the same thing Coleman Young did in Detroit. So we have instances when black politicians bring resources back to their community, and Jasmine Crockett is not it.
Man, your chat in the chat is saying F them black folks in her district. That does include the airport, by the way. I was like, oh, wow. You know what I'm saying? They gangsta out there, but all right, I'm with you. I got your back, Sparkle.
It's amazing. That is always a black person
Mm-hmm.
has something to say about. You didn't say shit when Trump pardoned that damn racist sheriff out there. You didn't say shit.
Exactly.
It's
Black white shit getting old, man.
It's amazing.
Like,
It's always,
how long
it's always
it's gonna be like 20, 30, 24.
Hey, Monica. This is John from Hinge. How are you doing? John, the guy you just sent your number to on Hinge? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, really? What are you doing? Nice. Same, chilling at home. Might go for like a power walk and then do some yoga. Yeah, my car's in the shop, so I can't go to the gym. I'm stuck at home. Because I'm gonna Uber you over here. Because I'm a gentleman. I don't know, if I buy you an Uber, it's a pretty nice thing to do. 25 minutes, I think. I don't know, do yoga. I don't know, we're gonna listen to some music, we're gonna have a glass of wine, we're gonna have maybe a piece of pizza or a cannoli. I do smoke weed, but I actually don't have any weed at my house. If you want, I could go to the dispensary down the street and pick some up. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Let me, I don't know, they close at 7. Let me see what time they close. What was that?
Text.
Okay, I'll text you. Oh. My bad, they closed at 8. close at 7. I bet they close at 7. Yeah, but I don't have a car. Tough. How did you total your car? Who cares? Chicago. Damn. So. Oh, you want to come over? You want to hang out? You want to come over? I've got. Yeah. Oh, you want to come over? or. I'll pick up. Oh, you can. I do have. Probably pick up a Pinot Noir. We can hang out tomorrow. Hang out tomorrow, Saturday. Oh, damn. Cool. Cool. I'm half Russian.
And that is a beautiful, and that's a beautiful thing. That's all. My wife is the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wife?
Yeah, I am married.
I can't even remember that.
For something that you feel like is holding you back from God, or something, this isn't holding you back from God. You wanna know what this is? Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. I don't look at that and worship it. I don't care. I'll give everything. I don't. You wanna know the difference between me and those two? I've already given everything before. I'll do it again. I have no problem doing it ever. Whatever God requires of me, I'll give it. We tell the young people, whatever God requires of you, give it, no matter what it is.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to do that for you. I just want you to answer the question. Answer the question. I got a gun to your head, and you gotta choose. You gotta choose between Asian women, white women, and black women. And you thinking about, damn, I'm making all this money, and I want to keep my estate intact, and I want to grow this wealth, and I want to, generate generational wealth. All right.
And so I'm saying, okay, I can't think of it that way because the purpose of the money is to get access to the women. If you have all the money in the world and you have no access to women, then the money has no meaning. You see?
Well, you do have access to women. You have access to women from all three race groups. You have access to women because you're a successful black man. Either you're an athlete or you're an artist.
Let's just say businessman, not even an athlete.
Businessman. You give me a sparkling Ashkenazi Jewish girl with like the $1 million hair, and I don't need to know anything else about her other than that.
Okay, is she Asian? Is she white or is she black?
I said sparkling Ashkenazi Jewish. White.
Ashkenazi. All right. So
yes.
So, and why are you choosing the white Ashkenazi woman?
Well, because these women look really good. I see them all the time, and like every fifth person looks like Kat Demme. You know.
Okay, so you're choosing her based on aesthetics. Okay, all the women are equally beautiful. Who are you choosing in terms of mitigating your risk to your estate?
I can't even answer. If you put a gun to me, you just have to shoot me because I couldn't make a choice. But if it was like at random and the girl is Jewish, and I'll just choose her because they look good.
I knew he was going to choose the bullet. I knew he was going to say. I was about to say he's going to choose the bullet. I knew he was going. I knew he was going to say that. He's like everything.
The answer that
pure logic.
I think if you answer that question, we answer that question truthfully. This is the reason why, not because handlers are presenting white women to these ball players. All right. I think these ball players are choosing these white women for a different reason than the reason they're flower gay, you know. And they're beautiful black women, they're beautiful Asian women, and they're beautiful white women. But the white women are getting chosen, and I think that, you know, call me a coon, all right. I think that there's something about white women coming from certain backgrounds, certain class level, certain educational level. All right, that is, you know, less risky to wealth accumulation and maintaining wealth. All right, and I think that, you know, these guys, you know, and I could be wrong. I think when you look in long term about maintaining your estate, having longevity, increasing generational wealth, you look at a black woman, a sister from the inner city who never came from that. You know, and she's got all the baggage and the drama that comes with, you know, growing up poor. And you got this white woman who, you know, who mother, father, grandfather, you know, have had, you know, wealth or, you know, come from a certain income level, educational level. I think it's less risky to choose the white woman.
Well, in that case, if that's your position, you're saying statistically, because we know. Just based on history alone, we know how people were probably reared, what backgrounds they come up, and you kind of like generally like armchair, like you can kind of do like armchair estimates on, you know, what type of trauma this person would deal with. Are you saying statistically, based on that and history alone, that people from our community can't compete with those people?
I'm not saying that we can't compete. I'm just saying that we have a lot more baggage and we have a lot more.
Right. So I mean, I would assume it's almost like you're inferring it if you're not saying it, because that's going to be the average, and it's still the average. Our culture or our outcomes haven't really changed to match, right? So.
It's more than that. Okay, let's give you some more statistics, Armenians. Okay, let's say that you went through like, you know, 92 of them, and then 93 was just perfect in every way, and she was a black lady. Okay, you still have the issue of regression to the mean. So if this girl has like a good IQ, okay, in this generation, if you have babies with her, then they would just be pulling back to the mean, number one. And then number two, you see like all of these like these stupid Hebrew Israelite types or like these stupid Nation of Islam types. What is the probability that she has a relative that's one of them? How could you make it such that you didn't have to meet any people like that? And if you go into these BHI rooms, you can't be that stupid by accident, and you can't have that many stupid people in one place by accident. And they couldn't all be black and that stupid by accident. So if you choose a woman out of that population group, what is the probability
that she's not gonna have like some number of relatives that are as stupid as a BHI.
If I may.
Wow.
And I don't wanna
I think you guys a picture there in the back channel.
Right, do you have cousins that are like?
Where is Lonzo?
Do you have
Where's he
cousins?
at?
Do you have cousins that are BHI intelligence level?
Well, I have cousins that have a lot of problems, but I don't think any of them are BHI. And Lonzo, he's not worth the time to talk about with this because I can tell you what he's going to say. He's like, Labe, do you love black women? And then he'll keep asking that question over and over again because he doesn't have anything to say. So piss on that. Nobody that looks like him because he's not a good conversation partner.
Well, I think one thing I will agree with, I think definitely on average, definitely has more trauma and more baggage, basically based off, just look at our history in general. You know what I mean? Like, even if...
So, Cowboy, let me stop you right there, and I don't mean to interrupt you, bro. Given that scenario, what you just said, if you had the option of choosing one of us with the trauma, the baggage on average, and one of them without it, that's any other group, who are you choosing?
You said if I had the option to choose one of us without it, and one of them without it?
No, one of us with it and one of them without it. Because that's the scenario what a lot of people are being offered.
Well, I think, to be real with you, I do really think that's a very, very tough question because I think, like...
Are you dealing with trauma? Are you married into that?
But it did have some hash.
Kids with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's a very, very tough thing because, when you think about like marriage and legacy and who you want to build with, who you want to start a family with, you want to do that with somebody who comes from a good family, a two-home, healthy situation, right? Like you don't want to add more, you don't want to add more ghetto drama, baby mama family. You don't want to put those type of two families together. Like that's not a good thing. So, and I love black people, and I consider myself to be pro-black. Being with that said, right, like, I do, at the same time, I place, right, like, so, like, basically, I believe that, like, I'm not gonna fuck with you just because you're black, right? Like, you gotta be an actual good person.
Wow.
Like I would fuck with a white person.
You didn't even answer the question, Cowboy.
It's hard to answer. I understand, couple. It's very hard to see it. It's hard to see it.
No, but you're saying that you place self-advancements greater than the group advancement, right? That's what you're saying. Right. It would have to be. The rent comes in your house note comes in your name. It doesn't come in the name of the group. You got to pay your own bills. I want him to say it. Like that's what he was saying. But I guess
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Self-advancement versus the group advancement.
Well, if you put two fucked up families together, I don't think that's gonna be like really advancing. But if you are elevated and then you put yourself in a situation where this family is also elevated, then I can see like that's a recipe where you can create generational wealth and create something for your kids, and now your kids are coming for something. Now you got more stories to tell other than, my pops or my uncle was a drug dealer, right? Because that's a lot of our stories, you know what I mean, growing up. We was telling those stories and we thought that was cool until we got older and realized like that stuff actually isn't cool. You know what I mean? So I just think at the end of the day, I think you shouldn't align with nobody just because they're black. You should align with people because they got the same vision and goals as you. That right there makes sense. Like if you're trying to get across the street and I'm trying to get across the street, I don't care what color you are. If you got the same motivation as me, the same heart, the same mindset, let's get across the street together. That's how people should start building.
But Cowboy, you also said that you don't want to bring two fucked up people together. So you're also admitting that you also come from the same background. So why should you be accepted from somebody that doesn't come from that background.
Come on, bro.
Well, I would just say this. Because I am a married man. I've been married for 4 years. My wife is East African.
Okay.
She comes from a very healthy situation.
Okay.
I would never marry anybody with my background. But she took that risk. I just wouldn't do it.
What's your background? What's your background?
Let me ask you a
What's
question.
your background?
Let me answer this question right quick. Because Cowboy, in my scenario, is because Cowboy got the fucking money. He's a fucking artist. He's the ball player. He got the fucking money. All right, so he has that option.
Yeah.
He has that option.
Okay, because he got the bag. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Fly.
Cowboy, what's your background? You said somebody never someone from your background. What is that background?
I mean, just typical nigga shit, you know.
Are you Black American?
Yeah, just typical nigga shit.
Black American from what state?
I mean, I can tell you, but do it really matter? Like, my background.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I mean, it would be nice if you shared it with us.
Why does it matter?
I'm from the Carolinas, but I don't see why that matters.
It doesn't matter. I don't know why she texted me.
So you're saying the solution to all of this. So like the NBA players, because they got the bag, basically.
That's a valid statement, though.
Denounce where you come from. Denounce your culture. Denounce the people. Not even try to see
that's what they're doing, bro.
No, I'm just saying. I know what they're doing. I'm saying that does that also validate, because what Cowboy just said is exactly what all the NBA, NFL players, they got the back. It doesn't mean their IQ changed. It doesn't mean that they.
My bad. Let me ask y'all this: is it Cowboy's responsibility to repair or save people from his background?
No.
As a black man, yes, because he's a man.
No, it don't work like that. Let me help you out. No, here's the problem with trying to save women, right? My baby mama.
Well, no, it does start with individual. It starts at the individual level. So, is it his responsibility to deal with the woman from his own background, his own trauma,
their own backyard, basically?
No, not really.
Nah, bro, because just because you want to go, that don't mean they want to go. And that's what happens a lot when people get out, and a lot of rich people even notice that they're coming out the hood. Like, you can't go back sometimes. Most times you can't go back because your homies, right? And this is a regular thing. Your homies is jealous of you. Well, how come you made it, right? Even if you trying to get them eat. We hear stories about this all the time. I was trying to help my dudes get out the hood. This dude was jealous because it wasn't him. Boom, he killed him. That's a regular thing. And so instead of being that dummy that did that already, I'ma just leave and not come back. Even dudes that get in the rap game, they even ask these young dudes, why y'all going back? Why would you go back from where you came from? You get your mom and your baby mom out the hood, and you stay out the hood. Why would you go back?
You was gonna say you got a story about your baby mom.
Oh, I would never suggest a brother again from again. I come from troubled beginnings as well. And from the hood as well, and I understand that irregardless of how much you might want to grow, right, that other person don't want to grow, right, and my baby mama is black. I got a black baby mama. I was with a black woman before I got with a white woman, right? So
Vaughn, I thought you said your wife was Haitian.
My wife is white. My ex-wife is white and Haitian. The mother of my child, the one who gave me a baby before I met my ex-wife, is black. My baby mama is black.
3 wives.
I have one ex-wife. My baby mom wasn't my wife. Me and my baby mom wasn't even together. That's why I call her my baby mom. My ex-wife is white and Haitian. I'm using this as an example. My ex-wife is white. The woman that I'm currently with,
so
right
you have
now,
2 ex-wives.
All right, listen. Let me try to explain it to you. The first woman that I was with, that I had a baby with, is my baby mom. My baby mama is black. My baby mama is dark skinned. My ex-wife, right, who I currently am divorced to,
right? She's white and she's Haitian. Her father is Haitian. Her mother is Caucasian. The current woman that I'm with now, that I'm in a relationship with now, she is full-blown Haitian. Does everyone understand now?
Okay. And with your baby mom, what was the
So
situation?
who the heck is your white? Remember earlier you said he's white wife? Never mind.
My ex-wife is white and Haitian. I'm gonna PTR basically. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get y'all to understand. Yes. Wow, slow route is crazy.
So did you put this? You got this Haitian woman in a 3-story house?
My Haitian. Wait, what? My Haitian woman?
Yeah.
I take better care of my Haitian woman than I've done any other woman.
Armenian sis, Black American brother. Back to what I was saying. How the Black American brothers are putting Haitian women up in nice houses in Texas.
Cancer.
I feel like okay, so and again,
Finish your first story before you finish that thought. The baby
my first story that I was saying when y'all was expressing about bringing and helping other Black people, for the most part, and this is very unfortunate, right? And I wish this wasn't true. I've tried, right? Because I'm 110% pro-Black. I love Black people, right? But I live in reality, and this is a very unfortunate reality, right? That the average Black person, not male or female, the average Black person, from my experience, does not want to grow. They don't want to grow, right? I've dealt with multiple women in really bad situations, not even on a sexual level, but trying to help them grow. What's up, bro?
I am Grimnir. Yeah, what do you mean? I am
I'm gonna help you and show you how. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. I'm gonna give key examples, and I'm gonna leave it be, right? And this is before I start. I want to say I believe Black women are for Black men, but the point I'm making is this, right? Is that no matter how much I was there for my baby mom, right? She had issues that I could not help her with. I could not help her. We lived together, we ride together, we ate together, we slept together, we've been broke together, we've been rich together, we've been through everything. She did not want to grow, right? I helped her even before my daughter, when she had a kid before me, all of that, right? No judgment, it was all love, all of that. I wasn't perfect, she wasn't perfect, but she did not want to grow, right? I was going to marry my baby mom. She didn't want to marry me because I had certain restrictions. It was certain things I didn't want done, but I always had her best interest at heart, right? She did. She wasn't going for it, right?
What are those restrictions? You mind sharing with us?
So
why she could have?
Because he's telling the story. It's a part of the story.
I'm trying to make you
part of the story. My question is this.
Let him go, bro.
My question is it that?
Yo,
thank you, Armenian, because he keeps cutting out your story and the juicy details. We need the juicy details. Those restrictions.
My baby mom had a very toxic, narcissistic mother. A situation had occurred where my baby mom's mother had kicked her out while she was pregnant, right? So my stipulation was that she wasn't allowed to be around our kids. If she doesn't love and care about you, there's no way she's going to be good around my daughter. And because that was her mother, right? Because of that toxic bond that she had with her mother, my baby mom wouldn't marry me. I wanted my daughter to grow up, irregardless of how I felt about my baby mom, right? I did not want that situation to go on, right? Because I wanted my daughter to grow up in a healthy environment where she had her mother and her father, and we were married. I wanted her to have a real household for my daughter because it was no longer about me and my baby mom. It was about that child, right? And irregardless of the good that I wanted for her, my baby mom wasn't going for it. And I can't make her do anything. I couldn't make her do anything.
I ain't gonna lie though, man. That's a hard.
She didn't want me.
that's a hard dynamic to deal with because I had an ex like that too, where
Bro, and it's
we were
plenty
real
of brothers.
serious, right?
It's
But her
plenty of
mom,
brothers.
she would tell me like if I just always left her mom. Her mom was super toxic, terrible.
I have no
Her
desire
mom
to
never
fight
made her hate herself. She would just always say crazy negative shit. She was like a religious fanatic. And then at the end, it was like she wanted me to meet her mom. She wanted me to kind of like go through her mom to like get a little more serious about her. Like, nigga, after all this bullshit that you've been telling me for years about your fucking garbage ass mom, I'm not getting any stuff.
They mama, and that's how they do it. No matter how bad they mama is, that's their mama. So there's nothing that we can do about it, right?
So I'd rather just get that next day out.
And so it's
I agree with you, right? Because I've experienced the same thing. Right? But my question, and I was trying to ask this question 5 minutes ago, because it's part of what you're saying, right? And you could have answered it and keep going, right? Is it because our women and men, right, don't want to grow, or we don't know how to grow?
They don't want to, bro. I'm gonna prove it to you, brother. Let me help you out. Let me help you out right here. My baby mom knew to do that, right? I'm gonna show you person right now. My baby mom had everything. She had it good. She messed it up. It's a deeper
CC, right?
It's a deeper situation, right? You could ride for somebody till you about to die, but if they don't want it, they don't want it. If you don't even know the whole thing, CC. My baby mom was in love with me. I wasn't in love with her. My baby mom was my homie, but she was in love with me. You got to know about things before you speak on them. My baby mom didn't want to marry me because I wanted better for her, and that's most right. Like and it's not like these brothers don't try with these single moms. It's not like these brothers don't try because I'm one of those brothers. It's not like these brothers don't give these women grace. It's not like these brothers don't try to love these women, but because of again. I'm stuck where I'm at, right? Even if you show them, even if you communicate with them, and again, this is just my experience. No matter how much you try with our people as a whole, even my brothers in the streets, these dudes, they know to do better. They know what they doing is wrong. They choose that life. Yeah, I know I can go to school and do this, but these brothers ain't dumb. These brothers is not stupid. Our sisters are not stupid. It's the life that they choose. You could bring a horse to the water, you can't make them drink. That's just what it is.
I ain't gonna lie, it's hard because when they haven't seen better, when they haven't really seen better, it's really hard.
That's what I'm saying, Pappy. That's why I asked the question, Pappy. Is it that? Because I believe that everybody wants to progress in life, but I just think sometimes we don't know how to progress. We don't know.
Our brothers and our sisters therapy, right? Because the first thing we need to do is heal. That's the first thing we need to do. When you offer your brothers and sisters therapy and you give them the way to help, like I said before, if they don't want to do it, they're not going to do it. My current Haitian woman that I'm dealing with now, with all of the situations I've been through, the first thing she said to me was, sweetheart, let me pay for you to get some therapy. I've never had a woman say that to me before in my life.
Wow.
I've never had a woman say to me, baby, I think you need to get some therapy. I've never experienced that before. And so even when you communicate with people that don't want it, they don't want it. We can't keep making excuses for each other, dog. We gotta be real. And the reality of it is that we really don't want to be helped.
So let me ask you, is therapy more powerful than Jesus?
Absolutely not. But if we can't even be on one accord with that, brother, right? If you bring up anything we can't even be on one accord with that, if that is what people believe in. It's so many Christians and black Christians at that don't even follow biblical law correctly. We out of order in every manner. Black people on a universal state are always divided. We're the most divided people. Mexicans be living 10 deep in one house. and they flip that house and they flip the next house. Yo, every race is united. When these white dudes rape and kill women and all of that, and they get off, it's because they all in the court system. But we don't have no unity.
The Mexicans, they be 10 deep in the house committing pedophilia.
That's definitely true. Every race has their flaws. What I'm saying is that our main weakness as a people is we are divided. We are the most divided.
Probably because we was never supposed to be a people.
I don't disagree with you, but now that we have this knowledge, right? We know that we've been brainwashed, right? It's not like our brothers and sisters don't know, right? It's not like we don't know about slavery and what's been done to us and what's been taken from us. We all, for the most part, know, right? And if we don't know, it for the most part, some of us choose to not know, right? Because then there's the accountability factor of now that I know better, I gotta do better. Again, just from my experience with my brothers and sisters, they don't want to do better. They don't want to. It's hard doing the right thing. It's so much easier selling dope.
So ignorance is bliss.
That's the reality of it, dog.
I mean, I do think that it is our responsibility to try to influence our environment that we come from, because, like you said, if you know better, you do better. At least try to show those children that might succumb to failure because of their families. At least there's a black man that looks like them. That could be something that could take care of families. We don't even have the Huxtable anymore on TV. Shit, a lot of this shit is for the birds, man. So, to the part where you said, just go ahead and pick the same way you were able to go get somebody else that's not from that dynamic.
Boxing MD's Jewish.
Then wouldn't you also crucify yourself and say they don't deserve, or you don't deserve those people?
He was like the leader of the alt-right in the 2010s, but he's more like Nietzschean, if anything, like a WASP supremacist in a way, but he's kind of liberal.
He was the one that like had the hair slicked back, always like well dressed.
Yeah. But you get like all kinds of people in there. Like I guess you could say it's one of the more intelligent rooms, and you get like lefties that are in there that are, you know, pretty educated and smart.
That's true.
I find it entertaining.
Is it like 4chan still around?
Yeah, pretty sure.
What about Rumble? Have you checked that out?
I've been on there before, but it's I don't know, it just has a bunch of stupid shit. Like I feel like I'm against censorship the way YouTube did it, but you know, it does kind of serve as a quality filter though in a way too. So you have all of these conspiracy theorists and, you know, weird people on there.
What's up, you guys? Now,
How's your day, bro?
I haven't seen heard that guy Gio around much lately.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I saw him. It was under a different name on X. He would be a Groyper.
I like Gio.
He's funny.
He's pretty smart. He knows his history.
Yeah, he's definitely a Groyper.
Yo, Drops, like, I know he can handle it. Yo, he went and destroyed Emos. He's like, you old, dirty old man. He went in on him, and I'm like, this is epic. And then what does Emos do? Drops, where are you from? Drops is like, oh my god, recording because it was so funny. And then it was the same room where Black Rabbi made that nasty comment about me, you know, the whole melanated and all that shit that he said is in that room. And then he went and tried to pretend that he never said it. I'm like, you lying ass bitch.
The funniest thing that Amos does, like if he comes in and I mess with him a little bit, he's like, Skinny, you're so stupid. You Palestinians are so stupid. Wednesday, why you don't come to my room yesterday? Come to my room on Friday.
He invited them today.
Yeah, and if there is a new girl in the room, let's say that there is a Sarah in the room. Sarah, where are you from, Sarah? How old are you? I want to see you tonight in my room. And Sarah's like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude?
And you know he says, and then he goes, it starts at midnight. You know how nasty that is?
Yeah, he's like, come to my room tonight.
Come to my room.
Come to my room tonight.
Well, right now they're having a discussion about DNA and who's really supposed to be in the land.
That's true, Coach.
By DNA.
Hopefully they come to a conclusion.
But it's not though.
Something about A1, J1.
Amos is over there screening the woman, you know. Oh, Sarah, come to my room tonight. Well, he fell asleep. Motherfucker, he opens the room to fall asleep. You want to bet on that?
Oh my god, he does. I remember the one day when Jack was in here and he told Jack, I think it was a Jack, if I saw you walking, I would take my bus and run you over.
Oh my god.
I'm like, oh wait, how many people have you ran over, Amos? He's like, that doesn't matter.
He's like,
the fact she drives a bus.
You're so stupid. All you do here is lies. Why don't you come coexist in my room?
You guys are so good at his accent. It's crazy.
I changed my PTR, Sister 8. I changed my PTR. This is a start of a chicken farm I started, which because of the chicken is so contaminated, and if you want to get the clean chicken, you have to go to Whole Foods, and it's $15 or $14, and it's just one meal chicken. You can put the whole chicken in a sandwich. Tiny chicken for $15 or $14.
Wow.
How the fuck you gonna feed a whole family?
I decided to start my own chicken. This is gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
Do you slaughter yourself?
Oh, I prefer.
No, I don't slaughter. The brother I raised the chicken in his farm. He was the one slaughtering them.
No, I prefer cheddar to
You just gotta, twist the neck. That's it.
No, this is the Amish. The Amish do that.
I mean, when I wasn't Muslim, that's how I learned in the island of Puerto Rico.
That's why you're now a Muslim and you shouldn't be twisting anyone's neck.
No.
Caribbean style.
Yeah, but because I went through really, really tough, rough divorce and court and stuff like that, I told the brothers just tell him. And I was feeding them the best corn in the market. No GMOs, no hormones, no antibiotics. Literally, they don't even have a house. At night, they jump on the branches of the trees and the plants, and it was amazing. The people bought them. They were begging to have more. The first batch of baby chicks, they were shipped to me in the U.S. Postal Services. 25 pair bucks. They were 1 day old.
Do you drive?
And I had them for quite some time. They grew up, and I told them to start selling them. They were going for $15 a chicken. People loved them so much. I mean, they tasted excellent, different than the regular. The chicken you buy from the store is pre-cooked while it's still alive because the feed they give it. While it's still alive, it's pre-cooked.
It's illegal for me to raise chicken where I live.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
So I have probably over here inside the city limit, you cannot raise chicken. You have to be in the county.
To be honest with you, the weather here is so bad for you to raise chickens, man. Unless you have a good indoor setup for them.
Indoor. No, you don't see it indoor set up for them.
What about the winter time?
The winter time you have these nurseries for them, these cages, and
عادي they'll survive like -15, -20 weather.
Yes. There are those heat lamps. They get under the heat
it's
lamp.
just fun.
You know, if you put on Google heat lamp.
Yeah, I know what
chicken,
that is,
would
but I thought it doesn't really do like I don't know if it does much for us here where we are, man.
Yeah, but you need to have an enclosed place for them to block the cold and it contains the heat.
Brother, I'm more interested in raising snakes, for example.
Okay, excellent.
I have like 2 cats. I had 4 birds, brother. I had a dog. I had 3 fish tanks. I've never had a chicken. I had a chicken actually in UAE. I had chicken in UAE.
If you want to raise snakes, just open a clubhouse room.
If I want to raise
one.
You know, I had my
You are a terrorist, brother.
one of my aunts had
man, this room's still going on, huh?
Power?
Yeah, man. Shift.
Refresh PCR again, and this is the other thing I catch.
She did.
I catch a lot.
Who's been restarted?
Oh, okay.
This is the most thing I catch and I eat, which is the cleanest thing you can have.
What station is that? Car?
This is called Popeye mullet.
Fasik. This is Fasik, an Egyptian. Fasik.
No. Fasik, you have to store it in cold for months, but this one is it's called Popeye mullet. This fish has high omega-3, and it does not have mercury in it because it does not eat other fish. This is vegetarian. This fish is vegetarian. It eats vegetation from the ocean. It's saltwater fish, not freshwater fish.
I wanna try to find if I have any striped bass fish for you. You have a fish for striped bass?
Is it freshwater fish?
No, saltwater.
Okay, because that has they have that ocean and they have that also saltwater.
Lakes.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, for the lakes one, I just catch them with these. I don't even know if they taste good. I'm not gonna lie. But for the ocean, no, you keep them as long as they're within the legal size and weight and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, Canada is not a good place for fishing. Yeah, Mr. Limited.
Canada is not good for fishing. It's not good for a human. It's not good for anything anyway. Yeah, Canada is not good for a human consumption.
Man, why are you hating on us, brother? We're gonna be one of you guys.
I can't imagine. You're a Gazawi, so forget about it.
Only briefly.
Canada is nothing.
How is she?
You're not.
She's not well. She said she's on forced medication, so she was kind of incoherent.
Poor Laura.
I acknowledge that. But
Started talking about
it's not afforded to us as Palestinians. Our trauma is so deep. Like we have layers of trauma. Not just when we were born. And I don't think the Jewish individual understands this.
Well, yeah. Believe me, I do. I think you were misled by your leaders into pursuing this.
No. I didn't pursue anything. Listen.
I know. I didn't say you. I think. Okay. What does it say about Palestine in the Quran? Nothing.
Palestine's in the Bible.
Huh?
Palestine is in the Bible.
What word does it use for Palestine in the Bible?
It is in the Bible. And there's even in East Palestine, Ohio, and in America. And Philistine is what they call Palestine now in Arabic. And Philistine is in the Bible. But what do I know?
So that next time you're bored pisses you off, maybe you won't pop off on him.
That's what they tell you, but I mean, if you want to use your
approach, a
context,
professional
just use
approach,
it.
and I've actually seen this happen with an MA at my office. She started taking Cymbalta, I think. And literally within 24 hours, I saw the effects. I hate those, hate all of them, don't recommend them.
I don't think they called it that.
She's very different at work. She's very calm.
They didn't call it Israel either. It wasn't Israel.
Actually, we did. And we all.
No, it was we. You weren't born. Okay, Norm, let's move on because they just invited you back over there after Hitler was killing y'all.
Not correct. Nobody invited
We
me.
don't need very correct.
We really don't need to get into
Yeah, we don't need to get into this. I don't understand. And Nora, when I tell you about this nigga, listen to me clearly.
No,
He don't, man.
Yeah, stop that.
All right, well, I'm gonna hit it then. I'll be back later. I can't deal with it. No, I'm not about to deal with it, dog. I'm not.
So in the context of what she said, she's just referring to just in the Bible, right? That Israel referred to more of a tribe or a group of people than it did an actual
kingdom.
Place.
No, it didn't refer to a kingdom.
It didn't refer to a kingdom. No.
Where's the kingdom of Ishmael then?
It was the kingdom of Judah, so no.
Where's the kingdom of Israel?
Hold on. It was the kingdom of Judah. We could just we ain't gonna play semantics with normal. Right?
The Bible said he was gonna inherit because Sarah went behind God's back and got Hagar pregnant.
Hold on.
Yeah, that is the Arab land. It's in the Middle East.
Hold on. I wanna ask Norm.
Yeah, but where are they? They didn't come from Poland. No, you're European at this point.
Incorrect, ma'am. Incorrect.
You're not the people that left there.
Incorrect, ma'am. Again.
No, very correct.
Sorry.
Ashkenazi person. Ashkenazi people have Russian and Rhineland DNA. They have no DNA with the other people. Listen, there's a group of people that deserve to be there, and ain't a Zionist.
Yeah.
It's everyone else that is ethnically Jewish.
Well, nobody's looking for Pookie and Ray Ray to tell us who we are.
Oh, okay. Well, you could tell me from the audience, you dumb bitch. He's so cool. Let him talk. Let him talk.
No, what I wanted to tell him is the name is
Bro,
irrelevant.
call him. Call him.
Yo.
Okay.
Call him.
She tripped.
Damn, said called. She really got his number too. That's crazy.
Yeah, I do.
Remember, he's gonna come back and tell all his Jewish friends to keep crazy. Don't forget that.
It's okay.
Well, no, I want to ask.
It's not okay, Nora. Stop it. Like, it's not.
What's in college?
No. You're gonna forever hate Jews because you keep talking to them about Palestine, and they don't care. Norm just said last week, all Palestinians are gonna be terrorists, so they need to die. Right? So when you start talking about that with him, it ain't gonna go nowhere.
He's like walking, holding his head, and he's bleeding
Yes!
pretty good out of his
No,
head.
Jen, don't do that to her, friend. No.
Man, all right, bro. I'm gonna go then. That's what I'm saying, bro. Listen, one thing I don't do is sugarcoat nothing. I don't care. Either we gonna talk about it or I could leave, and I'll come back when y'all change the subject.
They don't like the truth.
But now that Nora's back, everybody's like, "Hey, Nora, he was just talking shit about you."
I think.
Like, what the hell? And then if y'all really want to help her, stop helping her hang with people that don't really like her.
Jazz. But that's what I said though. Like in the beginning, let's move the energy, right? But it's people that's more interested in that matter, and I think that's just a heavy subject, for her right now to even try to be breaking down. But it's people that's naturally gonna be glued to it because it's other outlets and stuff like that. So they trying to hear from her, but I just treat them kind of people in the goo and shit like that.
The reason Kendo, is speaking about it is because it's related to this trauma, and it's a way of me normalizing the trauma. And so I want it to be recognized. I want it to be acknowledged. I want the same protections and entitlements and privileges that Jewish people in America get because of the quote Holocaust. I want the same for Palestinians. It's not.
We want the same as black people. We don't even get that as black people, Nora.
I hear you.
So what I'm trying to tell you is when you start talking to a Jewish person about the rights they're afforded, they're never gonna give them up, and they're not gonna share it with you or me.
And they
So
should.
ain't no need of talking about it, right? Like, it's not that they shouldn't, but they march right alongside black people and put them in the same high-rise projects that was built for them, and they ended up in black people's houses. But we don't gotta talk about that. Like I said, they're never gonna give you the rights they're afforded. So ain't no need of you getting all mental arguing with them. I did it last week for a whole day, like 8 hours. I'm not doing it no more.
Yeah.
And it, I'm not gonna let Pookie and Ray Ray tell me what people true colors come out. Right? But he be quick to say, I'm not racist. No, I tell y'all quick. I'm not gonna let an immigrant tell me about American nothing. Right? And the fact that non-Americans are granted more affordabilities than Americans that have been here with their feet in the dirt way longer than these people should tell you something. Right? We're not even afforded the same things they're afforded. Ain't no black crime or hate bill, right? But there's one for Asians, and they're working on one for anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You're fighting a hopeless fight. Let it go. Listen, and the Bible speaks about this girl, like, give it up to God. Like, that's it. There's a lot of things we can't handle. This one of them.
Jesus,
out of our control.
Take it. And you got anything to say?
Oh, really, Ann?
Yeah.
Nothing?
No, what do you want me to say?
Any questions for Nora?
Was it Ann talking crap about me?
And sweet. No, and don't do stuff like that.
I wasn't sure what Jasmine was alluding to. Jasmine is the slayer. She's like, no, you were talking shit last week. Don't be nice to this today.
Oh, no. I don't think she was.
No, I don't think so either.
Well,
and how are you feeling? Are you like, do you have a good support system in your around you for your dad?
No.
Yeah, it's really hard.
Sucks.
Listen, Nora. After today, just exist on the app and just have conversations with people, okay? That's all.
Amen, sister. Oh.
Because if you think too hard about it, you won't have anybody to talk to, right? So just don't listen to me. I'm crazy, all right? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
We should do a Q&A, Jazzy, with Nora and go live.
After my trial and...
Yeah, not now.
Oh my gosh, so are you,
Go ahead, get it out.
No, she doesn't have, there's probably things that she can't.
What? Go ahead. What you gotta ask?
I don't want to put her in a bad position.
Just ask her, Ann.
What? I don't have anything specific to ask her, but if she can't, like, have a
If she's not comfortable with the question, she gonna deny.
Yeah, if she's not comfortable, she'll let you know. But
I'm saying, I know. I don't need her permission. She's a woman, and she would tell me herself.
Yeah, you're fine.
No, me and Jazzy were like trying to get to the bottom of it. We were like investigators, man.
I didn't have your number, so I couldn't call you.
Well, because like you know how everyone takes like their own story and like runs with it.
Yeah.
So like me and Jazz would hear like all the stories, and then we would be like, okay, no, this is probably what happened.
Yeah.
No, but
My phone. Okay. Does anybody know how I can retrieve a phone that I let somebody borrow? That they like? Is there a way to contact Apple and lock it?
I mean, you can erase. You can go online and erase your.
it's not on your.
Yeah, if you got the IMEI
No,
number.
it doesn't have a phone number. It's just like a.
Yeah, iCloud email, right?
The email, yeah.
The email or the IMEI. So
no.
Yes, you can. You can use that code to actually shut down the phone. It'll actually remove the program if you call Apple.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'm saying she can just log on online.
Well, yeah. Like,
but what if he wiped the phone clear?
Like that's what I'm saying. The only thing
that the device is still. Never mind.
Yeah, even if
I just went through this. I just had another phone, but
yeah,
it's
even
okay.
if you wipe the phone, you can. There's still a SIM card like embedded in it.
Correct. And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Both methods will work, Jazz. I don't know why. No, but you be trying to like act like I'm trying
to.
I don't care.
I don't. You want to know what?
Come here.
It's cold in South Florida. I don't care. All right. This is
it's
weird.
cold down there.
It sure is cold.
Degrees. It feels like 57. This doesn't make any sense. In the morning, it'll be 49. Hello? 49 in Miami of fucking March.
I can't even hear it. I don't even want to hear it.
Earlier today over here.
I can't. Jeffy, shut the fuck up.
Earlier today over here, it was like something was falling from the sky. Over here earlier today.
What was falling from the sky?
It was all over Facebook. It was something falling from the sky and twisted over here.
I'm saying, what was it?
I don't know.
It was something though.
Yeah, it was something. Everybody's talking about it. Let me find it. Hold on.
Wait, who's really good with computers?
Okay, I found it.
Me.
They said it's aliens.
Oh, what you need to know?
Hold on.
Aliens falling from the sky.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat.
I don't want to interrupt her.
Put the link in the chat.
I'm gonna look at it in 1 second. I just pulled off from my damn house.
Okay.
1 second.
So my dad, when he passed, he kind of like took, the things that we needed. Well, I took his computer, right? So it's like this huge monitor, and then obviously the like modem or whatever. And when I have it all hooked up, well, there's a password. Well, I literally my dad has used the same password for like his entire life, and that password, it's not taking it. Then it says I could use the other options. I can use a PIN. Well, I know his the PIN that he always uses, but it doesn't tell me how many digits of the PIN. So I did those.
It's 4 digits.
That's what I thought, and it's not, and it's literally not. My dad's used the same for forever, and it's not.
Have you ever used his computer before?
Yeah, at home, but you know how there's me and my sister are estranged, and my sister, when grabbing all the last things from my dad's, she brought the computer over for me, and I think she changed the fucking.
What kind of computer is it?
I'm really bad with this. I don't know. I don't know. Where would it say?
Okay, so if you can go to the main computer settings, right? It should be a folder that either say computer.
No, so I can't get into the computer.
Oh, you can't even get into it.
Right, and to sign in, and then like.
Okay, so is it a laptop or is it like a computer?
No, it's a computer.
It's a computer. Okay, so look on the back right or left, and it should be a strip.
Of like the modem.
The modem. Yeah.
Okay, so. Okay.
And if it's not on the back right, it probably is on the left side.
In the strip, okay.
Does it got like?
It says.
A bunch of symbols or a bunch of.
Windows. But I don't know. It says. Microsoft.
Okay, so it's a Windows. All right, that's good to know. Cause you can go.
Y'all can wait to do this, you know.
Oh, it's cool, but this information can help other people out. So like.
Yeah, we don't give a damn. Y'all care? Put a thumbs up if you want to hear this.
Yeah, if y'all want to hear.
Oh, well, what they in here talking about?
It's just some computer recovery shit.
Oh no, this not one of them type of rooms. It's more like a politic, religion. You know all that shit that yeah.
Hello.
Anyway, take it in the Geek Squad. They'll be able to pull the data for you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I thought you was gonna help.
Well, I was if if it was if it was a accepted topic, but I just gave her the quick solution.
I know I couldn't do that, but I want someone just.
Well, yeah, I could have walked you through a data extraction, but we got this hating fake African nigga in here and shit like that said that this is politics, religion, and gay room or whatever he said. Well, whatever he said. You don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I said I don't want to hear it. I didn't say nothing.
And that's the pretendian woman telling you.
I love everyone.
You're a pretender friend.
I'm an African.
Which African tribe you from?
Igbo.
Oh, you Igbo? No, I knew it. I can smell a mud hut on this nigga.
What he really is an old school.
Real strong African.
That's so mean when you guys say mud hut. I think that's so mean. That's so.
Why, girl? There's Mexicans that come from mud huts too.
Listen,
I ain't got no shame. Ain't no shame.
All that.
Should be.
I embrace everything. The negative, the good, everything.
Well, yeah, of course.
What do y'all think a terracotta home is?
Sound real Mexican.
A mud hut.
Oh, okay.
We had it better than the Eskimos.
Pueblo style, yeah.
Pueblo.
Yeah, Pueblo.
Pueblo, caso.
They told me it's Pueblo.
Mi amigo, es un pueblo palo.
Really?
No, they got
them y'all people.
No, they ain't.
Es un Beatriz.
They are different people.
Who is?
He trying to mix all the natives together, and he think they're the same people. He sound like retarded Europeans like playing.
And they in here calling your people retarded because they made the history.
What?
Damn, man, you European.
Who's my people?
The white folks.
My family's from Lebanon. I'm not from the fucking.
Tu mamá es un Caucasian.
Excuse me.
I'm Lebanese.
Yeah, she Lebanese. You ain't know that?
Yeah.
Tu mamá es un Caucasian.
That's another word for white people.
Listen, okay? Okay, I would need for you to define.
And you know we cool, and I never disrespect you, but listen.
I would need for you to define what white is for us to have a conversation.
Alright, look at your skin tone, look at my skin tone.
What about it?
And look at a piece of paper. Who's closer to the color white, me or you?
Her.
Neither.
Neither.
Anne is the gringa.
I'm translucent.
So you are white. If I am black because my skin color, you are white because your skin color. I don't care that you're Lebanese.
That's a good one. That's a good accent.
Yeah, I'm black because my skin is black, not because I am from America and I have black skin. You do not get to tell me that I am black and you are not white.
It ain't nothing wrong with being white. Like,
What do you mean?
you just gotta embrace that shit, you know?
I embrace who I am just fine. I don't subscribe to.
Yeah, but you're denying what your dad is.
No,
I don't. Say what your mom is.
No, I don't subscribe to race in general. I don't.
What is your dad?
Okay.
French Canadian.
No, you told me your dad's Irish.
No, my dad's French Canadian. I swear.
You told me your dad was Irish.
No, I never did. Never.
Yes, you did.
Never. Promise. Bible. No. My dad is French Canadian. They came from Canada. Ancestors spoke French was their first language.
So he's white.
Oui.
I know.
So he's white.
My dad?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't subscribe to race, but.
You really do, because you call people black.
No, I don't. I never do.
Before.
I never do. Never. I never do.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, being black is black. You know what black is when you see it.
No, I don't think of it like that.
And I know you're not a racist, but like, if you see a black person come through, you're gonna call them black, because that's what you see.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna call.
You're not blonde, are you?
No.
Exactly.
I don't
Come on.
Why
she is blind. What the fuck?
I don't understand why people still want to subscribe to race, knowing what it fucking did.
Black ain't no race, it's just the color.
And we don't want to subscribe to race,
no,
but to be honest, to be quite honest, when you're describing someone, right, you don't say, oh, that girl over there with the hair, right? That's
so you don't believe in diversity, Aaron?
She doesn't believe in descriptors.
I don't like that.
What do you mean?
That's not real. That's not real, Aaron.
No, what happened is that some asshole, made up race to separate black and white, and then we know what happened after that.
That's not true.
And because of that, I will not subscribe to it. I refuse.
Yeah, and we didn't have any problems with separating black from white until white people that were less than just couldn't take the black people that were supposed to be less than, but were actually a little bit more than them, right? So it's just like, it was fine up until a certain point. That's why we still want to stick with it. White people don't want to subscribe to race anymore because being white no longer benefits you in this society. But what does is being Mexican and being everything else Middle Eastern, especially for you being in Michigan, right? Yeah. That helps you out a whole lot. Because, being white is not cool.
No, but Jackie, explain
grifters.
Wait, help me.
Grifters. Because when I first met you on the app, you subscribed to race.
No.
When I first met you on the app, yes, you did.
No, I did not. That was conservative atheist.
I'm gonna take Aaron word for it.
Listen to me. I didn't say you were racist. I said you subscribed to race, and now you're saying that was conservative atheist. So then, when I brought up a month ago that you platformed him and you used to do rooms with him, you told me you did not.
No, what do you mean? For the first year and a half on this app, I did rooms with him. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but when I brought that up like a month ago, you told me you didn't. I was like, you platformed a racist. And he was like, no, I did not.
No,
I don't know. Ever since I met Ann, she always been saying the same thing, though. But I never heard her say she didn't subscribe to race,
Yeah, but how long ago did you meet her?
That's new. That's new to me.
How long ago did you meet Ann?
Like 2 years ago.
Yeah, we've known Ann for about 4 years now. Yeah, so maybe 2 longer than you. So we're talking about 2 years before you met her, right? Ann had a man named conservative atheist on the app, and she would platform him. And he called black people niggers and all kind of crazy shit, right? And I brought that up to her and said, you promoted him and you ran rooms with him and you platformed the racist. And she said, no, I did not. That was not me. Now she just said we ran rooms all the time.
That's not how it went.
It's okay if you was in a room.
You didn't tell me your dad was Irish
that's
like
not
you
how
did.
it went. I mean, I have no problem.
Come on, Big Rock.
I have no problem telling my story if you guys
Big
want.
Rock, my new girlfriend.
But it's kind of a boring
The bitch
story.
with better pussy than that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
What?
Don't do that.
What's up?
Go get a new wig.
Oh,
Why you doing that? Yo, come on, yo. This my girl, yo. Like, what the fuck, Jasmine?
Okay, Jasmine lives at her mom's house in the basement, and her baby there left.
Big Rock, stop, Big Rock, stop.
You ain't coming back up here.
Oh my lord.
She's just funny. She's just a troll.
Get an apartment down there. You can get out the trenches and get in the goo, bitch. We'll treat you better than Canada.
No.
Our welfare is better, bitch.
Like, that's my new girlfriend. Like, what the hell?
Ain't no girlfriends in here, nigga.
I think that you know when everybody kind of migrated over here from all over the world, that everyone
from where?
From everywhere, like when people migrated to America, and they checked.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't at the same time, babe. A lot of y'all just got here. But go ahead.
Okay, so then like I don't know like when race was implemented, like time frame, but then from that point on, when people from
they believe that there was only Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negro.
So like if somebody was Chinese or Middle Eastern or I mean whatever, they're gonna check which or what. So like for like the longest time when they say there was white supremacy because the whites were the majority, that's absolute fucking bullshit. Because how many people were checking this white box, and how many people, the percentage of actual Caucasian people that came from like
it doesn't matter. So and what you're
minuscule.
Yeah, what you're missing is that your ancestors fought to be white. So once you fight to be a part of a group that did that,
they fought to be white.
Everybody wants to be supreme. So
No,
I always tell people there's nobody, hold on. I tell people there's nobody more racist than an immigrant. Immigrants hate white Americans. Right? White Anglo-Saxon Americans gave blacks the chance to do business with them and be freedmen. And there was a lot of people never into slavery that were black. So my big point is that y'all love to be a part of something until it doesn't benefit you.
No, I think
that's why I said being white and being supremacist is not good no more. But at one point, it was the thing to be. So everyone that was not white had to be no type of white, begged to be a part of the whiteness. And they said, you know what? Their strength in numbers will let you in.
I think that there's I think that there's a lot of people that are just, wait, hear me.
It doesn't matter how you feel.
I'm telling
this
you,
is the fact.
I know. I believe you. What I'm saying is that I think a lot of people are ignorant to that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like to knowing how, like how they got here.
How you doing,
what their
motherfucker?
ancestors did to get here, and all that. I think that there's just a lot of people that are naive and ignorant to it, and like they don't mean anything bad. They just don't fucking know. I'll be honest. People don't know like the history.
I don't think that have anything to do with what I just said.
No, it does. No, it does. I don't think that people.
What's up, bitch?
This just falls out of cut.
I know that's baby Steve bringing her ass up.
And all I'm trying to tell you is, when white benefits y'all, you use it. When white doesn't benefit y'all, you don't use it. And I think that's weird because black people don't have nothing else to be.
But she's not Lebanese. I just hope you guys know.
No, hey.
That's not.
Hey, come on, Rabbi, don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
No, hold on, yo. Never mind.
Go ahead,
Because she actually says she's Lebanese. I'm just saying she's not.
Yeah, you always stopping people from telling the truth. She's not Lebanese.
How y'all gonna tell her what she is? You can't do that.
If you would shut the fuck up, all of a sudden Anne became Lebanese.
Exactly.
When they start calling her a white racist.
Exactly.
Her and Monica used to run rooms about black people.
And it's not a racist.
And become, bruh, all right, bruh.
I'm the one who told her to say she's Lebanese.
Me and Ann are friends.
You got to go down. I don't give a fuck right now. This is not the time for that. You over here telling the truth. You around here fucking playing games like a kid.
I can tell you exactly how it happened.
Shit you don't know or you do know. We don't really give a fuck. Honestly, not right now.
I can tell you exactly how it happened.
Cause I remember when she turned Lebanese, and she told me her dad was Irish. But it's funny she don't ever bring up her dad.
That's not cool, Jazz, because you got somebody in here who's tethering off of blackness, right? And he really like some kind of like fake ass Nigerian and shit like that. So if she tethering off of whiteness, I think it's an equal fight.
If you nigga, the African slaves are the real black people. What the fuck are you talking about?
That is also true.
Well,
Thank you, Rabbi.
I don't care. I don't believe in this anyway. I'll stand with Nora. Anyway, like, look, y'all can have y'all own beliefs or whatever.
But Ann, I'm 10 toes behind you, friend. I know you're not right.
Yeah.
No,
I
I'm
don't know
racist.
what's going on with the Ann situation.
I'm racist.
I know Ann. I love Ann. It's been like, what, 3, 4 years? Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and New Year's Eve.
Yeah, hey, we turned up. Hey, we
That was
turned up.
wild.
That was last. That wasn't this past New Year's Eve.
Now, how are you doing, KP?
And I started off choking the shit out of her. Like, I was choking her like every day. And I never got the N-word. She never called me the N-word.
Oh, KP really is. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? What's going
KP, they're in here
It's gonna be 49 degrees.
They keep calling me stand-up.
You're not even the N-word. You're not even Lebanese.
Hey, let 1884 up.
When you say hen? It's pickle with you in this bitch.
Talk about that sacapule
Sacre blue.
And you at? Question or say something.
So how does it feel to
We
be?
know about that Dominica from America.
How does it feel to know that you live in a fascist country? Ja, ja, ja.
How does it feel that you're going to war for the Ukraine before us?
We're good. We're not cheating. Bro, we got the money, bro. We just put like 900 billion euro. Fuck that bitch ass.
But shit for your homeland, bitch. The fuck?
Oh shit. Go Canada, go Canada. Go Canada.
Why you not fighting? Because you've been colonized, bitch, and you hate your
Oh, come on, Kendrick look there with that fucking band.
One
Stop
of them
lying to
priests
you.
fucked you. One of them Orthodox priests fucked you in church, nigga.
Juicy Drake. Tory Lanez.
You gotta
What's
taste of
up?
that good. You feel me?
You were right about the girl with the
Yo,
drizzy
Megan
dog.
Thee Stallion can suck off
Wasted
dick.
time.
1984, you have to understand, these are the Al Sharpton people.
Yeah. I'm gonna do you like Al Sharpton do other people. He don't like Middle Eastern people or Jews. So I'm gonna stump on you one time for him for the Middle Eastern people, nigga. He hates y'all.
Okay.
And he calls Jews big-nosed liars and thieves.
Yeah, with
Who said that?
in his mouth.
Al Sharpton.
Who's that guy? We don't even know that guy.
I only know because Matt Gaetz brought it up at a Senate hearing. Al Sharpton.
Matt Gaetz? How does she know about a Senate hearing?
Yeah, big nose liar.
You're the one that said
traitor.
No, big dick in your mouth.
Hey, yo,
Jewish nigga with a bigger dick than a black man.
Yeah, don't talk to my.
I don't know who get fucked by Drake.
You are black though. You're African. Your dad's African.
Can we have respect for
Drake's dad is a black American with a big dick.
Right.
Can we be respectful?
My bad.
That's a super Jew.
Okay, let's be respectful to each other.
Right. In this holy month of Ramadan, like, come on, we can do better.
Bro, shut up. Why would you? What's wrong with y'all?
What?
Damn.
The Muslim.
Why you gotta bring up Ramadan because you a Jew, bitch? We know you don't celebrate Ramadan.
What
Shut
you
the
mean?
fuck up.
They're like our kids. You know, the Muslims, they do kids of the Jews.
I'm taking you back down, bro. Something wrong with y'all.
Why y'all weren't in out the room?
The Abraham, because who gives a fuck about a lying bitch that sucked dick but got pictured with a fucking Catholic nigga up there? Who gives a fuck? Fuck are you talking about? I'm sick of y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to start saying whatever the fuck I want to say. I'm that fucking close.
Can you let boss know what to do?
What's wrong with y'all? I'm real fucking close, bro. Stop playing with me. Bitch, we sucking dick state to state but want to tell us some bullshit. Fuck is going on here?
No!
I need to start doing that, going places and looking inside the kitchen. Oh shit, my lady.
Free my people, Jazzy, yo, person.
Hello.
Welcome to the
Y'all make me for all kind of foolishness, bro.
Jazzy, don't leave it. I'm trying to make it home. I left my.
How you know I was about to try to go? Cause this shit getting annoying.
Don't leave my phone right down.
No, don't leave. I'm gonna leave, Jazzy. I'm gonna leave.
Do whatever you wanna do, nigga. Don't give a fuck.
Can you not call me a nigga neither? Cause,
Alright, nigga.
yeah.
Whoa.
You're a Native American.
Black is a skin color. I got it.
You see, you got tagged your head.
Yep, I'm black. There's nothing anybody can really do about it.
Why you sound defeated saying that, though?
I'm sleep. I just told you I was tired. I'm defeated talking to y'all. It has drained me. I'm tired. Very much don't want to talk to y'all no more. It's sick. I'm rolling a blunt and then I'm done. Oh. Roll it up,
Just no kickers.
You keep calling me. You like that October London Jazzy?
I don't even.
Trying to find Abby. Where did they go? Abby!
Respect to you, bruh. But right is right, wrong is wrong. If he did it, he a hoe ass nigga. I just want to clarify that.
Let me ask you something real quick, Brody.
I'm just talking about how interesting it is to try to, like, how people play with words, how politicians play with words. Like, it says on the application that he dropped that he served the sentence. He did 11 months probation, he did jail, he did counsel. So you were convicted, you did whatever you were convicted of. I mean, you did whatever punishment it was. It's not the same thing as an acquittal or a reversal. It's just not the same thing.
It's absolutely not.
It is underneath the title of reversal. A set aside is underneath a reversal. Really, what it is just that.
Are you a lawyer?
The conviction. I don't have to be a lawyer to know.
Right. Okay. I was just making sure.
I'm just making sure that you know that I have a voice and I'm speaking, and I understand that maybe you feel offended because I'm speaking, but I am saying my portion, and I didn't disrespect anyone in this room.
Well, you didn't.
Perfectly honest.
Yo, wait.
If you don't mind.
Wait, hold on. Let Terry go. But hey, why as soon as we start moving people down, the room go from 150 to 230 that quick? Like, I don't. Like,
Who is that person with the hieroglyphics as their name, or the Mr. guy that has people blocked? Because I have the screenshot of the stage. No, it's not the guy.
Alicia most definitely got the whole album.
I don't actually. I'm very considerate of Lou's rooms. I'm not gonna block you dusty motherfuckers.
Hey, look,
picture that has everybody blocked.
a conviction can be set aside for a lot of different reasons, right? It could be procedural error. It can be they determined that the trial was unfair, jury was unfair. You know, it doesn't mean that you're innocent. So my question to him that I haven't heard answered yet is, what was the reason that your conviction was set aside?
Well, she gave, when she was just reading that, she gave the reason. But again, the state law is
set
clear.
aside, not the conviction.
The charge, yeah. What was the charge set aside for?
The complaint, the criminal complaint, which is the charge, is dismissed. That it was a misdemeanor assault. That's what it was.
No, I'm asking you, why was it set aside? What was their purpose and reasoning for setting it aside, as far as a reason?
The trial judge, he just said, I'm granting the set aside. What I will say is the originating prosecutor, the trial prosecutor, which, by the way, I never took a plea deal, in case anybody missed that part. The originating trial prosecutor actually tried to block the set-aside application, and the judge said, I'm granting it, and it was over and done with.
I'm asking you this: Did you satisfy terms of probation, the conditions of probation that was set aside? Why was it set aside? There's a why that you're not saying. Why was it set aside?
Well, yes, you could call it. You could call it probation. Yeah, you could.
That means you're guilty then. If it's set aside because you satisfy terms, that's absolutely you're guilty.
If you look at the application, because he dropped a link to his application to set it aside, they asked him basically, why do you want us to set it? Why should they grant your request? And he says, I'm asking unanimous consent to set aside this judgment because I have completed all the requirements of the sentence.
Okay, well, that's my answer right there. That's what I was looking for.
Right.
That's what I was looking for. Hey, Lou, if you understand what's being said right now, that means he was 100% guilty and appealed to the court to have it set aside after the fact. 100%. 1,000%.
He was 100% convicted.
Yeah, that's why he was convicted, because he was guilty. After you satisfy terms of probation, that's all after the fact. That means you know you did it. You went through everything the court told you to do and said, hey, look, I was good. I did what you asked me to do. I did my probation. I did my domestic violence counseling or whatever. Now, could you please, you see what I'm saying? That means you're guilty, but you're appealing to the court to set it aside because maybe you need to get a job. Maybe you want to have a gun. But that has nothing to do with innocence. Like 1,000% nothing to do with innocence.
Well, again,
right.
you're talking in general terms, but you have to apply the state law.
No, you don't have to.
That's your.
You don't have to. No.
Oh, well, the first thing I saw talking, getting shot. Go ahead, KP.
I'm trying to figure out why 84 you sitting here arguing with that lady. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm trying to tell the lady, like, just go to the
asking the right question. I'm asking the right question.
We want to hear you at the strip club, ma'am. Like, you know where you
strip club.
You know the kitchen, you know the strip club. You make your choice, ma'am.
No, I don't go to strip clubs.
That's why y'all faggots now, you can't tame a woman because all you want is a hoe. You want a bitch that's only gonna fuck you and make a sandwich, bitch.
No, Jazz, I don't need to say anything. I don't need to say anything. Jazz, I got you. 84. So, what's your issue with a woman?
My issue is that she should go to the strip club.
The issue is that the woman don't have.
I don't need any lady to say anything.
We don't have dick.
Females, they get, hey, yo, a lady would chill right now. Go ahead, 84.
Because they lie when they go do the fitness, they get orgasms. They're full of shit.
Okay, so stop right there. Do you know any lady on this stage that would do that?
What's up, superstar? Any one of the girls who go to the fitness.
See, here's the problem. See, you hear this other asshole talking when you and I are having a conversation, being disrespectful.
Nah, I'm not
Do
sure.
you hear any lady on this stage that would do that?
Yeah, all of them. They're all guilty. They're fucking guilty.
You say they all. So
out here
what
because
proof do you have? What proof do you have, sir?
The Bible.
Oh, the Bible. Oh, okay. And proof is in the Bible that pictures of these ladies in the strip club.
Right.
Don't go spreading this rhetoric. You're lying. No, you're being a liar.
They were sucking with the snake like the snake was a
Homeboy, you're being a liar. Stop it, okay? Just chill. Arrest my case, Your Honor. Back up to the mods. Don't come here with that bullshit. Not with my ladies.
Shut the fuck up. The man just told your ass, and I'm not talking about you, sir, 84, whatever the fuck his name is. He's just being an idiot.
I'm just trolling some American, bro.
Oh, yeah, we can see that. So get the fuck out of here.
Like your president?
I don't like you. Get the fuck out of the room.
I don't like you too, Jacob's son. Suck my cock.
You're not even good at it either. Get out of here. Bye-bye.
Why would you ask a man to suck your cock if you're not gay?
He French. That's how they insult people.
That's some New York. That's some New York shit.
They say bend over. Let me.
It's like the New York insult.
PTR. Yeah, man. In here, John.
What's up, Red Bro?
What's up, KP?
You got it, brother. These motherfuckers.
Chevy, how's it going, Jay?
KP, you fucking nigga.
Hey, what's up, Prince? What's up, nigga? Don't pull me into that bullshit fight for your life, motherfucker.
He's out of here.
Wait, did you kick Prince? Wait, oh, you
I killed him down. Yeah.
Wow. What's up, Jazz? How's it going? I'm trying to shut up.
Right, man. You know, I'm just very sick of this shit. Gotta put my,
Yeah, you get these old mud hut motherfuckers in here.
Wow, you see.
Mud's an upgrade for them niggas. Yeah, no fucking mud hut.
KP called me a spick yesterday.
As he should. That's what you are.
That's right.
Fuck you and your AI.
Claw, you're a racist. You say I'm a racist too. You say I'm a racist too all the time, Brandon. You are a Zionist. What are you, some fat little Indian kid? Yeah. Yes. The fuck out of here. Some liberal motherfucker. We get it. You're from Staten Island. Like, you don't have to like emphasize. Are you gay too? What's wrong with you? Gay means happy. So yes, I am.
He's gonna like it first.
Gay does mean happy.
Yeah, he's happy and gay, I guess.
Yeah.
That's kind of like redundant now. I guess you're thinking of the ass and you're happy. Whatever. I'll make the clarification, Jacob. I'm gay, right? And you are a homosexual, right? Subway. You see the difference? I'm gay, and you're a homosexual. I don't understand the logic. You blow guys in the subway either way.
Ooh, dude, he called me up and saw your video.
Come on, he's depressed. Just blow a guy in the subway. You'll be happy again. You're gay.
Ty, what's up, Ty? Caught up on the Walking Dead? You caught up on the Walking Dead?
Bring my boy Prince back up.
You know who this is. You remember me. Yeah. That's right. Walking Dead.
Wait, why was Prince
caught up?
Came in his back doors.
Well, he was talking to me. We just
Prince said that shit.
Man, man, y'all, listen, KP, I know you
It's
don't
been
know
for
that.
years.
I don't give a fuck.
There's a beast.
I'm tired of these people disrespecting us, and when they get mad, I dropped Norm too earlier.
Cool.
He said he's not gonna let Pookie and Ray Ray tell him where he from. The fuck everybody that got something to say about groups of people. Open a room, bitch, and let me come in there talking about them and watch where I end up in a fucking audience. I went in there and told him, Trump is gonna take Gaza and save Palestinians. That nigga dropped me to the audience.
Hey, doctor, you don't have a problem.
What are we talking
You
about?
don't have a problem with me, do you?
You know, black people, we always been the butt of jokes and shit, you know.
Not anymore.
Yeah, well, y'all could be the butt of the jokes. I'm not letting no second class wannabe American bitch ready to suck a dick for a shit about no motherfucking niggas and shit. Like, you got me fucked up. Y'all can let these low class ass niggas call you nigga and play with you like they fit in. That's some man shit. I'm a fucking woman. I don't play like that. Stop disrespecting me because I'm a fucking black woman.
Oh, now he's a black child.
And that's
why
you
so pretty.
This is why I ask you to be quiet so I can go take care of this.
Yeah, I get it, but we talking
and
about
now,
Prince right now.
1984, you say one more
I dropped
damn
him.
thing.
I dropped him. We talking about Prince. Y'all be cool with that shit. Let that nigga, when he come in your room, call you a nigga. It's not happening in mine. That's the end of the story.
Yes, and you have
I don't. And Prince, y'all can make a room for that nigga. Go to his room. I got plenty of shit to do. I don't got to be on this motherfucker.
You have every right. So,
girl, where you from?
Do what you do.
Damn. I'm sick of these fucking dirty Arab sand niggas trying to come in here playing games. And when I say something about Palestine, they ready to bring me by my fucking neck. What are we talking about? Fuck them.
Philistine.
Prince got some fucking nerves with his dumb ass. Go tell him Trump saving Palestine. Watch what happens. Watch. He'll fucking talk about you and your mother.
Jasmine,
Yes.
what are you doing for the rest of the night?
Going to sleep. These people have literally pissed me off.
Just, can I make you feel better at all?
No.
What if I said like
No,
you had the greatest voice I've heard all day?
Jacob, you sound like you're from New York. Are you from
I'm
New
from
York?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Yes, ma'am.
Chi-town. All right.
Hey, more ready.
Magnificent night. I'm a
Yeah, I'm gonna come forward. I'm like a lot of things. Yeah, I grew up with them. Yeah.
Italiano. Okay, we got you.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't like Irish people. I tell you that much. I hate Irish.
Yeah, I know you don't.
It's St. Patrick's Day. I'm like, I ain't fighting with these motherfuckers. The Irish like to fight. Right? All they do
Turn the whole goddamn river green over there.
And all they want to do is fight when they get drunk. The Irish motherfuckers.
A bunch of fucking mix. Bunch of fucking mix.
Yeah. With the drink and shit. I'm like, God, he's going before the Anyway.
I tell you, the best place inside is the Palmer House. Where's this place stay?
Where's that at? Like what neighborhood?
It's on the Mile. You don't know about the Palmer House?
I know the Mile, but I've never been there.
It's the Hilton Palmer House.
Never been.
You're not from Chicago. No, you're not from Chicago.
Okay.
Because that's a milestone.
So, okay.
If you don't know the Hilton Palmer House, one of the oldest.
To be honest with you. Okay.
Okay. Well, you haven't graduated yet.
Where's Lakeview in Chicago? What neighborhood is that? Where do you get off on the LSD to get to Lakeview?
I don't live in Chicago.
Okay, then you don't fucking know. So what was
Because you over there by, see, Lakeview gonna be by Soldier Field.
Hell no. That's by Wrigley.
That's on the west side.
Comiskey, that's 35th and State.
Hi, Alta.
Go downtown.
That's downtown. That's for tourists.
Oh, so you don't know about that area? Okay.
Yeah, I know. I guess so.
But the whole city is a goddamn big city.
Okay, cool. No problem. But if you ever have a chance, go to the Palmer House and stay there. Take you and your girl. Man, it's fucking gorgeous.
How much is it like a night?
Depends on what floor. Usually I do the executive floor. It might be about between $4 to $550.
Yeah. So like, where's the there? Like, where's the there again?
Say again?
Like what the State Street? Like what off of Magmont, like Michigan Avenue and like
just look up Palmer House.
Look at dating is so stupid.
Palmer House. Chicago. There you go. Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's an old historic. It's like the Waldorf Astoria in New York. Just an old hotel.
I'm looking it up.
Now go stay in the basic rooms. Go to your executive level. You have a whole set of elevators for yourself.
Oh, okay. Okay, boom. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, Wabash and all that. Okay.
I told you, this shit dope.
Yeah, it's like near like the South Loop. Yeah, that's good. That's good property over there. I used to live in downtown in the presidential tower.
I ain't got no reason to lie to you, shit.
No, I know, man. Like I love it. Like that's real talk. Like that's why I'm out here. That's why I play games. Chicago's nice. Everybody go, oh, Chirac. Yeah, if you go like to O'Block or like.
Yeah, if you go in that hood or moving over towards.
They don't play.
Elgin and all that shit.
But with all due respect though, and I don't want to sound like a tough guy, but I didn't know at the time, but I was staying in West Inglewood when I was, it doesn't matter, with my ex-girlfriend, and these guys would be like, are you an officer and all that? And I was like, I can understand why, but I'm like, no, man, my girl stays up here, and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, okay, well, just so you know, this and that. They just told me. They're real nice, though. And they're like, we ain't gonna fuck with you, because if you end up dead, a white guy in a black neighborhood, then there could be more police trying to figure out why you did and stuff like that. So it's gonna bring more heat and slow operation down and blah blah blah. And I was like, oh, and they just wanted to know why I was there, but I respected it. I didn't understand it, but they had no future, and that's why I was like, ever since then it changed me about. Who cares what people are talking or anything?
Chicago is a big split. You got Bloods and
Yeah. I was selling vacuums when I was a little boy. I was in high school, and Kirby vacuums. They cost $1,800 back then. So I don't know what that is, like $4,000 today, $5,000. And I had to go. I had these leads. Back then I was on paper and all that, and so it would say this and this, west side of Chicago. I didn't even have a cell phone back then. So, because this is so I'm looking at the lead and I'm like, I don't even know where this is. So back then you needed maps, like for real, like real maps. So you just kind of had to know how to navigate yourself. And I'm looking at the lead and it's this dude Bishop. And he's from Joliet, where I'm from. And so I'm like, hey, Bishop. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, somebody over here with this and that. No. I'm like, well, look, will you come with me? Because he was black, and that was his lead. And he's like, all right. And so I remember, it's funny shit. I brought a bowl or whatever, like, the glass pipe, whatever. And he said, it's like the best weed. Like, I got, my friends were all, whatever.
She.
No, just a bowl, like a, like a glass pipe, and so I'm like, here. It's not like it was a good weed. You didn't need to smoke a joint of it. It was a waste of money. You only needed like 2 hits. So he's like, I ain't about to smoke no motherfucking weed out no glass pipe. And I was like, no, it's a bowl, man. He's like, hey, I'm gonna roll myself a. He tried to roll a joint that was like on paper. It's just. I was like, no, man, it's a bowl. But
you know, in this neighborhood, and this lady, she was babysitting her. She's black, and she was babysitting her grandkids, and they went up to me and they're like, you know, why is your skin white? And I was like, what? You know, but I was like, I don't know. And all right, Bishop, you handle this one. But I mean, wow, it's so segregated. They've never seen a white person, even though they're like in Chicago. They're little kids though. But yeah, like this guy, he's from Joliet, like where I'm from, and even he was scared. He's like, because they're like 30 dudes just lined up against the, you know, during broad daylight, 11 in the morning, like just lined up, getting patted down by the police and shit. I'm like, whoa, like open air drug markers, like not even gonna lie, like Don Juan or whatever, that pimp, Bishop Juan, whatever that guy with the green Rolls Royce at the time, if he's still living or whatever.
Yes.
He used to, and I'm not making this up. I remember clear as day. This motherfucker, he would park it off of Madison Avenue, and you just see this green Rolls Royce. I never seen him. I just seen the car, and nobody, he didn't need security. Nobody would even mess with it. I was like, whoa, like it was, man, like I almost went. This is how crazy I am. I am a little nuts. I almost went to the Nation of Islam. I'm like State Street, I want to say, just to see Farrakhan, because even though I don't agree with everything he says, he's like an icon.
Are you blocked?
No, I am not.
Yeah, Don Juan, he's cool dude, man. I interviewed him. We had several talks. Cool cat.
I don't, and so a lot of people, they think, oh, you're white, you're black, you have to believe this, but no more. This was in 1852. We got the internet. We know good people and we know bad people, and we know that it's not about race.
Are you Sicilian or you're
No,
Italian?
I don't identify. Listen, I identify just as an American person. I don't have.
Right, you're American, but your background is what? Italian or Sicilian?
I'm just American. You know, we've been here for like 100 years. So, you know, whatever. You know, I mean, mixed in things. A little bit of Polish. My name comes from Poland, and we had to leave because
okay,
So you're Jewish.
No, I'm not Jewish.
Oh.
The Jews were all wiped out. The Jews were wiped out of Poland. After the Holocaust, there were 1 million Jews in Poland, but after the Holocaust, there were only 5,000 left. So I'm not Jewish. You know. But we don't feel sorry for ourselves. Like these Jewish people. I'm not Jewish, but I've been called a Jew, so I figured I might as well stand up for them. They got these people that want to destroy them.
Bro, I'm Jewish. You don't need to stand up for us. It's okay.
No, because you said you got kicked out of Poland, so I
No, it's okay.
They
Entertain dude, you know. Don't entertain dude. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's an American. Let him be what he is, an American. Okay.
Okay, where are you from, sir?
I'm Jewish. As a Jewish person, right?
You're a Jewish person from where?
Man, from Israel. That's where the Jewish come from. Fuck
no, that's not true.
From the kingdom of God.
You say ish.
From the kingdom of the Most High, man. From your Creator, bro.
Shalom.
I'm His people. Shalom. Salam to Nuba. I got Muslim father and I got Jewish mother. Right. So if you're not sure, Jacob, about what's going on with that, respectfully, be the American you are, you don't have no paperwork to prove that you're Jewish. We was lost during whatever, it's over. Let it be. Or, I don't know, traumatized. But please don't.
Okay, all right. I respect that.
I think you're doing more damage. You're trying to help, but you're going to do more damage.
Then
He
you
just
got
said, okay, he respect that.
You're right. I respect it.
So
Yeah,
move
yeah.
on.
A lot of these Christian Zionists and all this crazy shit. You have brought a lot of damage to fucking Middle East. You
He
know?
said,
That's a
okay,
fucking
move
mindset.
on. Damn, what's wrong with you, sensitive ass people?
Not me. I moved on.
No, not you. Talking about this 84.
I
Brother said, hey, you know what?
I'm from France, so you see, don't you see the Arc of Triomphe beside
You're from?
that?
You're born in France?
Yeah.
See,
This is maybe where African people and Jewish people can meet and have kids.
But in France, I never. What the fuck?
Oh, you don't speak the language.
Ça passe.
This is Creole. This is not French, bro.
That's you're black, so you don't speak French. You speak Creole.
I don't speak no
You don't speak
Booga, my nigga.
Say ooga booga.
Booga, my nigga. No, I'm actually French. I have some French ancestry. Late
You don't speak the language.
Hey, 84. Give her the rest, will you? I mean, what the fuck are you?
He's my Abid. He's my.
Quit playing games. Honest to God.
Wait, they said.
I don't like too short. I don't have time for this shit.
Forget it, but
Yeah, the bad.
I'm not trying to be rude, but like in real life, I'd be like, dude, okay, click. I'd hang up the phone.
I know this person sounds like somebody I knew. They're sitting here with the flower PTR.
To me?
Is that I?
No. Oh, fuck no. Yeah, but yeah, bro. The dude next, you're not French, you're black. You can't be French and black.
What? That's
Yeah,
not
you
true
can't be
either.
French and black. What do you say?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Are you retarded?
My
This person that tracks stuff. Italiano.
Corsican.
And you're Corsican.
Yeah, you know Corsica? You know Napoleon Bonaparte? Yeah. So not all of my family, but on my grandmother's side, she was Corsican.
Okay, you're black. Okay, cool.
Black, no.
Corsica, I know French, just like, you know.
Corsican.
You're black.
No, so was Napoleon black?
But what the hell? Are you recording his ass and shit? Like, what are you doing?
Doing shit.
Knock it the fuck off. I'm not here for that shit.
Knock it the fuck off. I'm not here for that shit.
What are you, a parent?
Your mother is when she's sucking my dick.
Yeah, lack thereof. Get out of here.
She got
Hit the streets, man.
She got some of that kosher salami.
All right. It's out of date. Its expiration limit is expired.
Hey, shit, you know, I like the nose, so fuck it. Hey? Give her the meatballs.
That's so
I bring it on. Hey, she enjoys it, but I'll bring my pistol while I'm fucking her.
Shit, pistol. Fuck.
You get shot in the head.
Shit. Yo, Big O, Oscar, it's your crew. Jacob Coop. You cool.
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's going on, Big O?
Chilling, bro. Same old.
Yeah, you got some wild ass Italians, Corsians, and Sicilians. They just doing their shit.
Yeah, you know how this shit goes, bro.
Yeah, they need some motherfucking black tape. And get rid of your fucking fingerprints, you dummies.
Did you talk to Nora?
No, she left. It's not my story. I have nothing to do with that shit. That's her issue. Y'all being too much bullshit, man. Yeah, y'all being too much bullshit. Yeah, she got what, 5150? Yeah, that's on her.
What What you guys talking about?
Nothing.
It's none of my business. I'm just bored.
Yeah, none of your business. So guess what? You
None
sit at
of
the table, shut the fuck up.
All right. Sorry.
There you go. Sometimes shit happens. You've been at your mom and dad table, your grandparents, you know, you a child, you're like, shut the fuck up.
No,
Get out of here.
It's like, I respect you guys. So, like, if you say that, I'll just my boss even said, he's like, you're very coachable. Because, you know, you wouldn't say, you know, it's like, sometimes you got to be put in your place, respectively.
Correct.
And, yeah, I'm out of line. I understand that. I'm smart enough.
Hey, go, stop. Yes, and there's a lot of people on this app. They come in here, we have serious conversations about things, and they just run their mouths.
I think in summary.
Hey everybody, this is Adrian Dittman, aka John Kitover. I wanted to show you an interesting way to find
Young, immature, ignorant, all the above. Yeah. Who cares? It's almost like when you ever been to
Please don't scroll. I'm just
or whatever. It doesn't matter what it's about. And it's like
please
you almost could imagine like if this is hell, and I had to listen to this for eternity. This is what hell would be like. You know, when you it's just the most toxic, you know, back and forth, and you're just like, what am I doing here? You know, and you leave. I've seen stuff like that. It's just like, man, it drains you as a human.
Yeah. When there's a lot of voices talking at the same time, it's like the talk. Like it's like in the fourth agreement or the fifth agreement, you need to read that book.
I don't come out here to argue. I come out here to learn and you know, get along.
Yeah, but you know, with all this AI stuff, yeah, right? You gone?
I don't know. I don't care. Why would somebody? Here's the thing, man. I stopped asking why a long time ago. Today,
how long have you been on that now?
Oh, 2-3 years, but that's not my real life. In real life, I'm like a fucking. I'm in sales. I hear people tell me no or fuck you or I'll kill you. It doesn't matter. I don't think they don't know me.
You may be starting to find it the wrong people.
I don't care.
And then
I have more patience as I get older.
You don't pay attention to what I'm trying to say, bro. Like you find the wrong people, which kind of show you the wrong rooms.
I understand what you're saying, but
then
you
now
know,
you're
if you don't, here's the thing: if you live in a small town and you never leave your small town, let's say population 500 people, okay, there's going to be a lot of benefits from living in a small town, whatever they are. And then you say, okay, for whatever reason, I want to live in a big city. So it's just, look, there's an upside and a downside wherever you go. I met a lot of good people on here, and it makes it worth it for me to keep going on here and try to do that again because, yes, there's a lot of negative people. There's always going to be more negative people than positive people. That's just how life goes. But
yeah, I was listening actually in the background.
Oh, okay. Didn't you ate, right?
Yeah, I ate. I'm drinking my coffee now because I have a little bit.
Coffee addictors.
Yeah, it got a lot quieter when Black Eye left. Interesting.
Julian, shut up. Can you stop talking behind his back? He's a good.
No, I'm just making the observation, you know.
Julian, are you actually high? I think Julian is in love with Gaslight Hampton. Right? You miss him, right?
Well, I'm taking his shift.
No, I think
Yeah,
you
he's
missed
on
it.
vacation.
Are you emotionally attached to Hampton?
Yeah, he's very funny.
No, I think you're emotionally attached to him.
Is your type?
Oh God.
No, Julian's type is.
I want to know. Let him answer. What's your type? Is your type?
I'm not answering that.
Okay then, please the fifth.
He likes bears.
See, okay, never mind. So what is your type then? If you don't.
I'm open. A lot of beautiful things interest me.
That was a very diplomatic answer.
Liar. Wait. Oh, I just realized what you said. A lot of beautiful things interest me. So, any man that's beautiful interests you.
Well, I think he's into. Are you into black man or white man?
He's into that Middle Eastern men.
Doesn't matter. I mean, personally, like, I don't even label myself, so beautiful men, beautiful women, you know?
Oh, you're bisexual? Man and woman? Damn, I thought you were strictly dickly.
He is strictly dickly. But
no, I don't label myself.
If he's drunk, and in the mood, he's a daddy.
Dickly. What the fuck does that mean?
Oh, you never heard that before, Amir? It's the first time you're hearing it?
Yeah, strictly dickly. What is that? You mean homosexual? Bisexual?
No, strictly means only. Only the shalom. I don't know what else to tell you right now. How else would...
Only the hot dog.
Has Black Rabbi come in and been mean to you since that day Wednesday, or has he just?
He's not mean to me. He just got.
Or did he try to be an asshole?
He tries to be an asshole.
Was he back to it again?
No, I haven't even. I don't even remember the last time I spoke to him.
Oh, good.
I think he's just mad that I don't fall for his stupid shit.
No, so I don't know. I could see it through. I don't know, man. I just feel like, let's just say he tried to hit on Eleonora, right? That sister that comes in here, and then he tried to do it with Ace, right? And I think
he hates me. What do you mean? He hates me?
No. That's reverse psychology. So
no. I can't even think of it.
Remember the black man?
Yeah, I know, but he also whatever. He's just a weirdo. He's just really weird.
Do you know what he said to that sister, Izzy? He's
what?
Like, hey, I know you like me.
I was
discussing. I'm your type. Yeah. Besides, so what I'm saying is, he has this mindset that the women that he speaks to, they like him, and he's sort of like, I don't know, maybe some sort of a competition or something. I don't know. So I think, look, some of these so-called, whatever you want to call them, women abuser, whatever. Some people use reverse psychology.
Yeah, I can see that. The grade school thing where the girl bullies a guy, the boy, but she actually likes him. That could be it, but how old is he? He actually lies about his age, actually. We know he's actually 50, but he says he's in his 30s. I caught him twice in a fucking lie. Then he tries to connect.
Well, a lot of those pictures are really old.
No, it's what he said. It's what he said twice, and I caught him. And then he tried to...
What he said?
He was talking about something. I don't know what it was. Was it 9/11? I can't remember what the conversation was. And he goes, "Oh, at that time I was like in my 30s," and then he went and said it was 2006. I'm like 2006.
in his 30s in 2006?
Yeah, then he goes, no, 2016. I'm like, 2016? He paused and he never answered. So, he does lie about his age. Just fine.
Oh, so maybe, okay, so if somebody, 2006, 26, it sounds like 21.
19
All right,
years.
so maybe he is 50. Yeah, I think you're right.
He is.
I think he probably is 50.
He is. Which kind of makes sense, considering the way in which he exposure. You can see from the quality of the pictures, they're old pictures.
Different than 90s.
They're all pictures. And that's when he was younger. He doesn't post anything more recent that would show himself to be. But then the thing is, though, black and melanated skin does age really well. So even if you were to post something sooner, it's just the things that he said. That it's not the way that he looks, is what I'm saying. It's the words that have come.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Oh, he's an old man. It's okay.
But did you guys enjoy the conversation going back and forth Wednesday, and everybody that was here is skinny general?
About what? About him?
I think you guys were having a random conversation about different stuff, right? And relate to some was about Palestine, some was about pets, some was about that earlier brother ABC that was here. You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because I saw his PTR and I was like, oh, I like that PTR. I want a cat with a kufi on the head, so I went and found a cat with a kufi.
Yep. And a lot of the brothers and sisters from the Arab community in Michigan, they voted for Donald Trump. So I guess some of the people, even from California and a whole bunch of other states, they decided to go with Michigan. You know.
Oh, you know what? I just got off the phone with my brother, and he just told me he didn't invest any of my money this week. He wants to see how he wanted to see how the Wall Street was doing, and it's not doing so good. So I was like, oh, okay.
Are you in the stock market business, Wednesday?
Well, my brother does it for me. He's good at doing things like that.
Oh, good, mashallah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yep. You want to say something, Julian? You want to troll again?
No, actually, I just wanted to know your opinion about, do you know who, Joe Rogan is?
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he's the guy with the podcast. So he had, Ian Carroll on recently. You know who that is?
Tell us.
Well, he's this, guy who claims like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, like the dancing Israelis and I believe the 5-something Israelis or something relates to that. Basically, it was 9/11 conspiracy theories that Mossad did 9/11. So, what do you think about that?
No, I mean, the biggest issue I have, anybody can say anything, right? The biggest issue I have is how did they find this passport on the floor, mint condition, right? And there was a passerby that gave another passport to the cops. Who the fuck was that passerby? That's a big issue I have. All the other stuff is like after the fact. I want to know because that if we can find out the passport, whoever left the passport, we'll know who the culprits are. The passport, how did they find it, and who was a passerby that handed them a passport? And who were these dancing Israelis? We don't have the report. The people are saying that there's Mossad, there's this, those 4 people that were dancing.
Yeah, those 5 dancing Israelis. I think that's such a funny conspiracy theory name, like dancing.
But were they not dancing? What were they doing? On the top of the roof of the building?
Well, I just think it's an interesting conspiracy name, like dancing Israelis, like, you know.
Take the dancing Israelis. What were they doing on the roof of the building? And they belong to a moving company. The moving company, it actually shut down after, they got arrested, they left and whatever. And this shit shut down. The company was only created to freaking, entertain these people. And on the top of that, you had that brother ABC here. He said he was in the movie business. He showed an article. Freaking, bro, there's a big.
Come on, better up.
I'm talking about multi. I'm talking about.
You better get to it, because I'm going to get my.
I was there.
How is it? How is it there? What's it like?
Oh, the people, like, dude, I love the Middle East. Like, it's such a beautiful place. It really totally is. I love it. The people are awesome. Well, I mean, not the militant ones.
They treated me really, really well. That's why he calls you brother and everything. And very
Habibi!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Al Norma, when was the last time you went to Israel?
Not long ago. Why?
I was just curious.
I want to go again before too long. It's like within a couple months. We're going in May.
That's cool. What you gonna do there?
We're going to Turkey, but it'll be cool. We'll to the Holy Land.
I want to help out any way I can. I want to be supportive.
I give money, sure. But I gave the Iranian government. I'm sorry, not Iranian, Israeli government my resume, and everything that I did from Iraq and all my training from the military, and gave them. I was like, if you ever need somebody to come over to be an instructor for beginners in the medical field for medics, I'm your guy. And I would do it. I'll do it free of charge as long as you give me room and board. And I just never got any holler back. But honestly, I wish they would have, because I'd have loved to gone over there and teach them people how to, move, shoot, kill, and communicate as a medic. First you move, then you shoot, then you kill, and then you communicate that you killed that motherfucker. Move, shoot, kill, communicate. Those are your 4 objectives. But hell, when people start talking about like genocide, like Betsy was saying earlier, like what do you think that? Like I know that's not genocide because it's not. But they use that word as like a talking point or a buzzword. What do you think they're trying to accomplish with it?
They're trying to justify their hatred and their own murderousness by accusing you of what they want to do to you. That's my take on it.
Oh yeah, dude, I've seen the children's cartoons where the kids are like, "What's the number one thing you can do for your country? Be a martyr." I'm like, is that really a fucking cartoon in Palestine? I literally watched that cartoon and it freaked me out. Like these kids, and then they had like a clip of all these kids, and they would ask the kids the same thing as what was in the cartoon. They were like, "What's the one thing you can do for your country?" And like, be a martyr. And I'm like looking at a 10-year-old kid, and I'm like, holy shit. Like they're conditioning these kids from a real early age. Like, you ring a bell and they drool.
Gonna have to deprogram them.
Dude, that's gonna take decades. I don't even know how you would even start that one. Other than turning, get the women and children out of Gaza, the men that want to stay and fight, turn that bitch into a glass parking lot, and rebuild the motherfucker. And if you got enough money from when you come from those refugee camps that you can come back and buy this redeveloped land, probably doubt it. You're still in a refugee camp. But good luck trying. Get the fuck out.
At this point, get the fuck out. We've tried. No single state solution. We tried. There's 48. We tried. If you don't think America was involved throughout that whole process, you got shit fucked up. England was involved, America was involved, Israel was involved, all that bullshit was involved. But if you're not willing to come to a solution, a two-state solution, not just a one-state solution, there's been so many solutions put on the table, and like under Muammar Gaddafi and the PLO back in the early 80s, mid-80s. I mean, that was the whole reason that Israel started supporting Hamas as a religious group to dethrone, him. So you would get the populist out or the socialist group out, and then put in a religious group. But then when Hamas took over, they just never gave up fucking control.
Gaddafi.
It was the but it was the dog that turned around and bit the owner's hand.
Don, do you mean Yasser Arafat? Because I'm pretty sure that Gaddafi wasn't.
Muammar Gaddafi. Oh, I said Gaddafi. That's Libya. Yeah, Yasser Arafat. I said
from Cairo.
I did say Muammar Gaddafi. Yeah, I was thinking about Libya. I wasn't even thinking about Libya, but I'm not good with names. I know the times and everything because, like, in '83, I was 8 years old and I was watching this shit on TV. This was like, and you only had 3 channels back then, so this was like all you could watch. Like this was YouTube and all the apps put together. Back then. But yeah, I mean, we've been fucking around and finding out for way too long. Honestly, I would just rather end it and then reevaluate who we let back in the club. I think that's the best move at this point. Kick everybody out and let the people we know are good back in. And the ones that are questionable, they can stay outside until we figure out if they're good. I think that's what needs to happen at this point. Get the women and children out. Let's fuck it all up, rebuild it, and do our damn thing. I'm tired of watching all this damn rubbish and rubble.
So in this case, Brian, what would be your litmus test? How do you decide who's in and who's out? Do you surveil them?
No, you get them all out. You get them all out, and then you let them back in one at a time.
I'm not sure about that, but okay.
Well, I mean, otherwise, it will be genocide. Because you're hiding behind women and children because you're a pussy and you don't want to fight a man. That'd be like you talking shit, and I show up to your house and you bring your wife and your kid out in the front yard and you're like hiding behind them so I won't kick your fucking teeth in. But all you've been doing is talking shit. Like at this point, I'm kicking your fucking ass and I don't care if your fucking wife and your kid are there at some point. I'm beating your ass before the cops show up, I guarantee you that. Yeah, you don't like Americans.
No.
Yeah, well, suck a dick.
Oh, thank you.
See, you're big like Betsy. You're all Betsy's in your own way.
Men are dangerous? Really? That's because you women can't beat us up in a fucking thumb wrestling competition.
I don't know that that's the direction to take this conversation. I mean, you have to.
I would totally rock Ronda Rousey in a thumb wrestling conversation.
But you still have to be willing to have a conversation, right?
With Ronda Rousey? Yeah, I'd probably get turned on while I was talking to her.
Isn't that what diplomacy is about? Having a conversation.
Well, it depends. I mean, diplomacy comes from a point of position. Well, I mean, if you're the low man on totem pole, you don't have a lot of leverage to, just like Zelensky sitting in the Oval Office, and you got fucking Trump going, you don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. And Zelensky's like, you have a revolution and you will feel it. And like, you can't tell us what we're gonna feel. You're not gonna tell us what we're gonna feel.
Don't you ever get tired of talking like your mom? You're meant to have a filter somehow.
I was waiting for somebody.
It's small penis energy.
All right, Joe B, I got you. I hear you.
What's up, MAGA? How you feeling, Matt?
What's up?
MAGA Matt.
Florida man?
What's up, Dr. Florida faggot?
Wait, Don, what? Why are you calling him a faggot?
Because that's Florida. He's a faggot. He lives down in Florida. I know who he is. He's a faggot. Now, you change one tire, you're not a mechanic. You suck one dick, you're a faggot for life. I'm sorry.
Jesus. And I see you have Marco Rubio in your PTR. What do you make of him right now, Doctor?
He's Trump's bitch in, like, not a disrespectful way. So I knew he was going to be Trump's bitch. We all knew he was going to be Trump's bitch. That's why he was put in this position, is to be Trump's bitch. I think he's doing a decent job of being Trump's bitch. I think that much is fair to say.
So he's completely his bitch, essentially, at the end of the day. Does that go for Elon too? I'm assuming, right? Like a lot of the cabinet is Trump's bitch, or is it just like certain?
The education secretary is definitely his bitch.
Linda McMahon.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
RFK is not his bitch. I don't think. I think RFK has got his completely kind of independent vision for the CDC and the HHS, or what he can do. And I think he's probably got more independent role to play there than other.
I don't think Pam Bondi's gonna be his bitch either, maybe.
Ooh, I don't know, dude. Pam Bondi's.
What do you got?
Pam Bondi's dick riding pretty hard.
Well, she's doing all those things, right? Like, she's definitely doing what his previous administration had. It was a bunch of guys and gals who pretended to, like, dick ride him, but, pretty much backstabbed him. I mean, she's under fire, right? Like, for not doing what we want, at least for some of the MAGA people. So I don't know how much dick riding she's doing. That's what I'm trying to get at.
What the hell?
What, you offended by that?
No, this is Lent period. Like, have some filter, guy.
Well, I mean, we have to. How else do you describe that, Betsy? I mean, what do you?
Ma'am, I don't observe Lent. I don't think about Lent. Ma'am, I don't even know what religion and or ethnicity celebrates Lent or recognizes
That means
Lent.
you're just ignorant.
I don't even know if you celebrate or recognize Lent. So respectfully, Betsy, ma'am, I apologize if anything I said offended you, but that was only taken and not given. It was only.
It doesn't sound apologetic.
Right. Anyways, so it's Lent. Dang.
Well,
I'm
thank
talking
you
about
for
the real
educating me. Is this a 1-day thing or a 3-day thing or a
I'm talking
5-day
about the actual conservatives, the ones that actually have a family to conserve, not the riffraffs that would just want to be part of a party. I'm talking about the real, actual conservatives. Right.
I want to be independent of all the parties.
Okay, so you just do that.
Everybody can have a fucking party. I'm staying home.
Yeah, nobody cares. Anyways, yeah, I'm talking about the real conservative.
So what is Lent again?
I know.
Lent is a religious period of fasting and kind of just separating yourself from insulting and all of this nasty bottom barrel ghetto behaviors.
Ma'am, why are you engaging in it then? You're the one recognizing
No,
it, not me.
No, I'm not insulting anybody, and I never said I'm observing it. I just said that it's Lent's period. Yeah, that's why it's good for you to listen and
Are you observing
not
it?
talk.
Are you observing?
I literally just said I'm not observing it. You could just listen without talking.
Anyways, Pam Bondi.
Yeah, mute your mic.
Pam Bondi,
Out here
DOJ.
stuttering and embarrassing yourself.
Pam Bondi's DOJ, interesting. It's like effective at what it's supposed to do. It is definitely playing its part in advancing the agenda. I don't think that it's competent enough with its legal team at the core to actually like muster the courts in ways that are going to be like politically significant, if they even result in victories. I think is how a lot of this might.
Trump is a fascist.
I mean,
Define that badly.
I'm always curious what people
it is Lent, Betsy.
Like, which part is the fascist part? I suppose you're gonna say maybe the cutting of or firing of people, right? That's kind of a fascistic.
No, it's a far right kind of authoritative, kind of military kind of feel of a governance, and that's what Trump is doing. He's not focusing on major American issues, like the cost of living. Okay, grocery bills is just going higher every morning. He's not focusing on the actual day-to-day issues. He's focusing on things that honestly come last of the list. I don't appreciate that. Getting rid of the education board when we have other problems that we need to deal with. I don't even think that that's the best thing that he's meant to be doing as a president. And firing a whole sect of people just first month of becoming president, not the best move. I would. Very fascist.
Sometimes you have to do things that don't look like they're directly gonna.
That's exactly what a fascist would say, Matt.
I know.
No, it doesn't make your argument much.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, so, he has to drive some energy costs down to, kind of reduce the inflation and bring prices down and like.
But it's gone up. After the week after he did that firing. Rampage and everything, it went up. It went higher than it's ever been, even in Biden. I don't know. I mean, is this what America really voted for?
Wait, what went up? I didn't hear what you said. Which thing?
Prices.
No, I don't know. What do you mean? Like,
what do you mean you don't know?
No, I'm saying, you mean eggs or something? It's like a specific one, right?
Not only eggs.
I don't see it anywhere else. I don't see gas is much higher. I haven't seen that happening, but I think part of it also is, Betsy, is that you're actually seeing someone actually working. So, under Biden, we really didn't have much going on. So it's kind of like a shock to the system when you actually see someone that's actually working behind the office there. So I think that's part of it too that you're kind of not used to. Like, a president is supposed to be working, you know what I mean? Not being fed, through a straw and stuff like that.
It is with rapid pace, and everything is hyper publicized, it seems, Matt. So the spotlight is on the administration from a global perspective, and that's exactly.
Yeah, I mean, they got Trump right where they want him. Not that
inflation rises
not that it
3%
matters much anymore right now, because
as of January 2025, compared to 2.9 in December 2024, an above market forecast of 2.9 indicating stalled progress in curbing inflation.
I don't like personally, Matt, how Elon Musk is like pushing back on Rand Paul, who's got the fortitude to like ask him to come into Congress and like work with Congress closer and shit, and be like, no, I don't need to bring my shit to you for approval, but like Congress has already near zero insight into what he's doing, and he's completely disrespecting the people's house by not working with them hand in.
Is this recently? I didn't know that they're having a spat of sorts.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Yesterday, the closed door meeting.
Oh, I thought that went. Was that they had a meeting today though? Or is that yesterday that you're talking about? But
it was yesterday, right?
I don't know. But all I know is I heard the meeting went well. But obviously you know something I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
The Guardian posted it quoted Rand Paul and I think a couple others, including Mitch or Lindsey Graham.
Elon is a clown.
Let me see if I can find it.
Ashley, do you like Elon Musk? Because I don't know. The only thing I know that he's done that is good is really freedom of speech on X. And even in that, there's some exceptions to the rules. That's the only good thing that I know he's done. Nothing apart from that. Nothing significant. Why are conservatives like rooting for him when really his personal life isn't even supporting the conservative belief? What is so conservative about him?
Interesting question, Betsy. Actually, you and I didn't get off on the best of foots. But let me tell you, I'm putting out my right hand and asking you to shake it right now.
No, we don't know where your hand has been.
I posted the link to the article to the article in the chat, Matt.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, in this meeting, GOP lawmakers say that Musk's failure to brief them in advance about impending cuts and funding freezes, or to respond to their questions and concerns about actions taken by Doge, reflected his belief that he thought the administration could largely bypass them by simply impounding funds lawfully appropriated by Congress.
Oh, here comes this guy again.
Talk us to death, Don. You can do it. We need your talking man.
He talks way too much.
What, about genocide?
No, just about random stuff that nobody asks you.
What do you think about genocide in Chick-fil-A?
Well, I know that from a chick to the time they kill the chick to make your Chick-fil-A sandwich is 46 days.
Can you elaborate on that perspective?
Hormones, GMOs, all that shit. Pump it full of the chicken. It grows in 46 days to full maturity. You kill it, make Chick-fil-A sandwich out of it.
Anyways, I don't understand America's loyalty to Israel. I'm just question mark on top of my head. I don't understand. And I'm very happy as of lately.
Because I'm not Israeli, but I am
Can
from
you
Hebrew
calm
descent.
down? I hadn't even finished.
I'm an American. I'm telling you why. You asked a question.
You have to be able to control yourself.
I don't know why the Americans I'm telling you why. You know, you asked a question.
No, I
If
haven't.
you don't want to know the
landed.
answer, then stop asking questions.
I haven't even landed my question because you don't have patience, you don't have emotional control, and you sound stupid.
Yeah, and you think that what we're doing in Israel against Palestine
Maybe
is
if I
genocide.
finish asking my question, maybe you will understand the full context of it instead of assuming rubbish. But please go on, since your body itches you this bad.
Well, I mean, you sound like trash. You are rubbish.
You know, coming from somebody who is a grandfather and has daughters, it's just very surprising to me how you speak to women. And these conservatives, like, I'm not even talking about the actual conservatives. I keep on talking about the people who want to be conservatives so bad, okay?